You left it in the car.
Ooh, there it is.
Okay.
Did. Okay.
Okay, we'll start the public comment or the public comment section of the agenda. Yeah, we'll give you about another 5 or 6 minutes to fill out a sheet if there are any public comments.
Is it over in
I brought this with me.
Terry?
I think it's something.
Are there waters over there?
In the,
Okay.
Daniel, they forgot to bring the flag in.
That didn't look like Charles to you. She's in trouble.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Do we have any public comment sheets? No public comment sheets. Will the secretary call the roll, please?
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mrs. Coletti? Here. Mrs. Sanders?
Here.
Mrs. Stockton?
Here.
Secretary here. President Pro Temp?
Here. Would we all stand for the pledge, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, around the district.
To the board members in our audience, as you well know, every month, starting usually in the month of October till May, we invite one or more schools to come to our board meeting where we get a chance to hear good news about what's going on in our schools, whether it's educational programming or some sort of award or recognition or other interesting tidbits about the good things that our students or staff is doing. And so this month, We have one school that has not been in front of the board ever, and it is the Monee Education Center, which is our alternative school. Monica Spence is the principal there, and Greg Schneider is her assistant. And they've done a fantastic job, and there's a program that we've been actually sort of very anxious about bringing this program in particular to the board's attention. It took a while for us to prepare for it because we wanted to somewhat do it by film, by talk, and having a student's voice. So we finally have it tonight, and I want to introduce both Monica, and if Greg is coming with her, I don't know, but Monica first. So, Ms. Spence.
Good evening. As Dr. Rogers just mentioned, I'm Monica Spence, the coordinator for the Monee Education Center. My partner, Greg Schneider, and I are very pleased to be invited here this evening to showcase one of our programs. As you already know, the Monee Education Center is the alternative learning environment for the district. In addition to our alternative special ed group called SPED, we also have the alternative gen ed, otherwise known as CAP, and then something called the transitional high school, which is students who register late in the district and are in need of credit retrieval. This evening, I would like to showcase one of the programs offered through transitional high school called the Broadcast Classroom. The Broadcast Classroom is actually an idea originated by Dr. Rogers with the idea in mind of broadening our curriculum. In the past, our curriculum consisted primarily of computer-based, and the Broadcast Classroom has allowed us to progress from being solely computer-based, so we now have a combination of direct instruction for English and math, and then science, social studies, and electives are offered on the computer. The Broadcast Classroom can best be described as distance learning. Students who are physically located at 5154 Main Street are able to have contact with and interact with the teacher who's physically located here at the high school. The students, we work actually very closely with Mike Dugan and his team, who will review credit deficiencies and then make a determination as to what classes are offered through broadcast. In the past, since the start of the program, students have been able to participate in math and social studies courses. At this time, I do have a 2-minute video clip that I'd like to play that actually showcases an actual broadcast classroom in action. This is the part where you pray that it works. I don't look like an idiot.
Let's give the board.
A broadcast classroom is what I like to refer to as a blended learning environment. It is where students are able to experience face-to-face instruction and interaction with teachers who are located at Crete Monee High School, even though the student is physically at an off-site location.
What this class allows us to do is we are able to have instruction, a teacher from the actual high school actually instructing through a video feed into a classroom over here. Everything that the teacher puts up on their smartboard, our students over here are able to see, and vice versa.
The unique benefits is that you're not actually in the classroom with them, but you're actually there, and there's not a lot of distractions, like kids goofing off and stuff. It's a small environment.
This program is very different from what I've done previously in the past. I was very first kind of apprehensive about it because my teaching style is very much about teacher-student interaction. But after doing it a few days, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just students are in a different building.
Students who enter the district and who are in significant need of credit retrieval that cannot be accomplished at the high school are able to have access to that opportunity.
We have one smartboard that's at the Monee Education Center. We have one smartboard that's in the classroom. They're attached by this program called Bridget. And then we put cameras within the classroom so that the students could actually see the teacher on another screen. The program really has no limits. The only difference would be in the performing arts classes, but any other typical class we believe we can offer on this system.
Thank you. That video was filmed by Ms. Elaine Gaffney and her film crew at the high school. A huge thank you to the gentlemen. They did an excellent job. I'm also pleased to have here this evening one of our students from the Transitional High School, Mr. Jamil Trueheart, who has volunteered to come in and speak just a few words about his experience with the credit retrieval program.
What did you say, Jamil?
No, just give you the spelling in case you want.
Oh, okay. Can you put the mic right up there, buddy?
I find that I have a great time learning in the broadcast environment. It's just like being in a normal classroom. And I have a great teacher, Mr. Noble. I also have helped in my classes and teachers from my teachers, Mr. Martin and Ms. Hill, who have inspired me to do better and work harder at my goals in life. I also have online classes at a website called education2020.com where I have instructional classes as well, followed by quizzes and tests to help me catch up with the credits that I lost for previous schools. It's actually a nice environment for me because I find that I'm challenged on the classes, which I don't really get in the classroom setting as much. And I'm a student that loves the challenge. Overall, the atmosphere is very joyful, and I have a great time coming to school. It's not something I look down on. It's actually something I look forward to in the morning. And a few people that have inspired me that I've mentioned before, and that I haven't mentioned would be my teachers in my classrooms, Mrs. Hill, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Smith. They inspired me to do so much and just give me my life while I was already chasing it.
Thank you, Jamil. Our eventual plans for the broadcast classroom are to expand the number and type of courses that we offer as the high school determines a need for additional offerings in other subject areas such as world languages. We welcome the opportunity to use this project as a tool for fulfilling that need. I would also like to take a few more minutes of your time. We have here with us a parent of a recent student. Mr. Steiner and I have had the opportunity to work with Mr. Thomas Ring and family. I can truly say that each of us has been dedicated to working with his grandson to ensure that he was successful, and which he ultimately was. Mr. Ring wanted to join us this evening and just say a few words about his family's experience with NBC.
Just so you know that I know what I'm speaking about, I put in close to 40 years in the public schools right down the street from the Heights at the junior high there. And we've been in Crete for almost 30 years. 3 of our 4 children graduated from the high school here, the old one. And our grandchildren also attended here from kindergarten on. Just to give you a little family background, I don't mean to keep you too long, but if any of you go out the west exit, 6. And that was my grandson, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey has 2 twin brothers who were in 8th grade at that time. And they went on to the high school. One of the twins had severe emotional problems because of that. And he got in some trouble. I don't want to expound on that now. Believe me, I'm not ashamed of it. So if you want to hear the story afterwards, that's fine. I just didn't want to take up your time. Anyway, Michael was sent the middle of his junior year to work with those fine people. And Michael was never a discipline problem, ever, despite him being in trouble. But, how can I put it? He made the top half of the class possible. It was such a turnaround. When he got to that school, it was absolutely unbelievable. Honorable every single grading period that he was there. He was given an opportunity to go back to the senior, to the high school, and said, no, I want to stay here, I'm really good. As a matter of fact, today, Michael went for a job interview, and it looks like him getting his first full-time job, and I know he would never be in that position without the people over there and without this program and without this school district. My wife and I have been so impressed with Ms. Hurst when she was at the elementary. And I was so sad to learn she'd gotten out of education and she'd become an administrator.
She's still in education.
Even when I was a teacher, I was never one to think that you can solve problems or make a bad teacher a good teacher by throwing money at the situation. That doesn't work. Don't quote me, I was union president. That didn't work. After I retired in 2001, that September, the assistant superintendent called me up and said, Tom, do us a favor, fill in 2 days a week, just from December to June. I said, no, I'm retired. Pretty nuts. She said, come on, just till June. So I said, okay, well, 3 years later, they finally hired a full-time teacher, but in that time I was teaching algae resource. And I've been in education for close to 4 decades before that. That blew my socks off. The strides you can make with those kids when you've got 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 instead of 35 or 38. The program over there, I just wish we had the money and it'd be extended to every student so they could receive that almost one-on-one, one-on-six care. And I cannot tell you how many strides that school has made. If you just step in there, it's quiet. The students are respectful. They may not want to be, but they are. You can tell they are taught not only the academics, but also life skills that they're going to need for the rest of their lives. And I know which one I speak about that school because I didn't even want to say that because it is a negative thing about the district. But I subbed in the district for a while. And my very first subbing assignment, they sent me to the alternate school when it was located, the administration building. And believe me, when I heard that Michael was going to go to the alternate school, I was a little hesitant until I went over there. It seems like I'm gushing and praising them too much. It's because I don't have the word to praise them enough. This is a program, is a key. Sorry to run on so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Last but not least, I have in the audience one of our mentors. Reverend James Hunt started a program at MEC where he would come in and mentor with different students on a weekly basis. That program has become so popular that the Cat Boys have recently requested that we start a boys group with Reverend Hunt. The boys let me know that Mrs. Spence is not invited, which I'm perfectly okay with that, because quite frankly, there are topics that not only do I not want to talk with them about, but they need to hear about it from a positive male role model. So Reverend Hunt has requested to come in and share his experience working with NBC.
Thank you, Ms. Fitz. I'm going to have my partner, Mr. Charles Sanders, come up and speak with me. Good evening.
Good evening.
Again, I'm Reverend Dr. James Hunt. I'm the pastor of New Hope Christian Community Church in Monee, and I'm also a 15-year resident of Crete. I've had 2 sons that have graduated, gone all the way through the school system in this district, and it was hard to get them to graduate, but we made it, thanks to many of you, including you, Dr. Rogers. It is truly my privilege and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And I just have to tell you, working with Mrs. Spence and Mr. Snyder has been a joy. And you saw concrete evidence of the work that they are doing for Jamil. And that really gives me joy. We are part of that blended classroom experience. We're not just mentors. I believe if you were to call our particular mentoring approach, you would call it the class of the art of possibility. We provide positive role models. We provide a resource not only to the students, but we provide a resource to the administrators and to the teachers. We're there for support. We're there to encourage. We're there to help them to see the possibilities that they could be in their lives. And so we have some very, very candid conversations, and we learned a lot. It's really about relationship building. Parents have a big job. Teachers have a big job. The administrators have a humongous job. And we want to provide an alternative another alternative for the children to learn, to understand that there are some things that their dreams, their hopes, their aspirations, they can reach their goals, and we're living proof. And so we speak to them plainly, we are candid, we're honest with them, we provide a safe place, as Ms. Spence shared with you. And so we're making a lot of progress, and it's one of the joys of my life. Charles?
Good evening, Board. I'm not as rooted in the community as Dr. Hunt, but we do have 2 students who are presently in the system, one that has graduated, now a junior at a Southern College. Well, I'll be going there just in case anyone wants to tag along this weekend. But one of the things that I would like to share with you is that, and this is particular to Ms. Spence and Mr. Snyder, I am a teacher advocate, and that basically means that I'm for students. Whatever we can do to help the students, we will do it. But being a teacher advocate means that a teacher who is brave enough to walk in front of students and teach, who is also an administrator, has my support 2 times, because they have not forgotten where they come from. And that means that no matter where you go in the Board of Education, regardless of the hierarchy that you might attain, you're still a teacher. And you should remember that you're teaching at all times. No matter what you do or no matter where you are, you're teaching. So the teachers have my support. But this is about the students that I saw from the Greek video. The continuation school does the same thing that the high school does. It just takes a different approach. And when we look at it from that standpoint, what we're really seeing is that these are students that would be in Joliet or some other place if they were not there. And we have a person, well, complete staff, from the classes that care about these students and they're willing to put their all on the line every day. And that's what we try to help raise that gap. We recognize the fact that we're not teachers, but we can offer something. And if we could get more people to do so, we would be a stronger group. So what we do, any of you could do, but for some strange reason, and I'm looking at these empty chairs also, and I know that you may look at them from a different perspective, but people don't realize the work that goes on at the continuation center, okay? And if it wasn't there, we would have more of our young men and women who are on their way to being incarcerated rather than being redirected in education. When I picked up the public information, public comment form, I wrote on it social adjustment around the district. But what these people are doing at the continuation center is really directing these young people who couldn't make it at Monee or some other place. What we would like to do is tell them that this is not the end of the road. You know, there's light at the end of the tunnel, and if you want to get there, I may not be able to carry you there physically, but I can just point the way. And it's what they do so much better than we do, because we are there every day. We only get there occasionally, and we thank you for the opportunity. We thank the board for the opportunity to speak to you this evening, and if there's anything that we can do further, please let us know.
We just want to thank you for, again, as Charles says, this opportunity. The reason that we are here, the reason that we are in the Monee Education Center is because we have a passion and a compassion for our children, for their education, for their future. And that's something that's always been evident in our relationship with Mrs. Spence. If you go into the school, you'll see young people who are disciplined, who are well-mannered. It is an open environment, it's a welcoming environment, and they know that when we come in, we get the respect that we are supposed to give, because if they don't, they'll have to answer to Ms. Spence or Mr. Snyder. And it's a refreshing thing, and they learn some things. So it's not just about, they don't teach them just the coursework, that they give them life skills. We compliment this wonderful staff, and it's our privilege. We are partners, and we are champions of folks who are already champions for these young people. It's a wonderful program, it's a wonderful school. These are wonderful children, and this is something that needs to continue on. Thank you.
Dr. Hunt, Mr. Sanders, Mr. and Mrs. Ring, and Jamil, thank you very much for coming out tonight and sharing your stories. It's very much appreciated. In closing, I'd like to take a moment and thank each of you for your continued support of NEC. In these economic times, there are understandably many arguments both for and against the existence of an alternative program. Some people consider it a luxury. Others see an alternative program as an actual necessity. The undeniable reality, however, is that there will always be a student who falls under the category of at risk for academic failure. Whether it is behavior-related, truancy, substance abuse, or the effects of a negative home environment, it remains an undeniable reality. The question then becomes, how do we, as a school district and a community, address that challenge? It is my position that, due in large part to the phenomenal work of the staff at MEC, as well as our mentors, the Monee Education Center is the district's tool for meeting that challenge. And I sincerely thank you for your support.
Well done. Well done. And comments from board members. Mr. Brown?
It's kind of hard. I might start crying here. I mean, you guys said it all. The examples, and it's not a want, it's a need. I did spend a little time with you visiting the center, I believe it was earlier this year or late last year. And I did kind of promise you that I would kind of provide you more support with Dr. Hunt, I'm sorry, Dr. Hunt and my brother Sanders as well. And I did. I mean, I saw firsthand evidence of the respect that the students had, the discipline that was oriented right there at the center. It was unbelievable because, you know, I heard one thing, but I saw reality. You know, I came there prepared to hear a lot of noise, a lot of distractions, but I was so proud when I left, and you will get my support. So keep doing what you're doing, and if we have to go out and do fundraisers to keep the program going, we will.
Okay.
All right.
Mrs. Sanders, and don't be too biased.
Okay, let me practice. No, seriously, Ms. Spence, it is. I visited you as well several times, and you guys are really humble, to be honest with you. I've seen some of the work that you guys have done and just the progression that has taken place in the school. I have to say that I recall, like Mr. Ring, some scenarios that frightened me as a parent, just, you know, the hearsay in the district when the program was at the other building. And just having come into the building and witnessed firsthand. And initially, I came to the building because one of my mentees here at the high school was transitioned. Actually, they were at MEC, and then they were transitioned into to the high school. But and that's a progression. I honor what you guys do, because for anybody that knows me, I'm with the group that people typically have forgotten. I think that the world is too filled with the haves and the have-nots, the smart ones, the ones who don't necessarily fit in. And I feel like MEC is an embracive and an inclusive environment. You know, I can't say enough for the mentorship aspect, because I believe firmly in it. I believe in strong men. Particularly, it's certain things that we cannot say to a young man that a man can say to a man. So although I mentor young men, I don't know that I'm any more effective, probably not as much as a man. I'm a woman. So it's just wonderful. I will commend you, Dr. Hunt, and certainly I commend my husband for the work that he has done, because again, I think charity starts first at your home. He's a father of 3 young men, and to be able to go out and not just say it's all about my boys says something too. And I think our community needs to embrace that, because I feel like it's not just about our own individual sequences or who we are, but to make the world a better place means that we have to reach back, get a few of our kids' friends, and help bring them to the next level. So, and to Mr. and Mrs. Ring, I'm so thankful that you stuck with the process. Again, people can get scared, become intimidated easily, and run away. But you said essentially that you stayed the course, and that is a phenomenal feat in and of itself. Young Jamil, you are an awesome communicator. I see you as a journalist in years to come. You have an awesome voice and a great orative presence, and we honor your success and wish you good luck in the future. Thank you.
Mrs. Stockton?
Well, Monica and I have met a few times, and I agree with Mr. Brown and Mrs. Sanders. It's a very needed program, and I really enjoy. I mean, just as people have said, there was always rumors in Monee. What are we getting? And I thought, we're getting something good. We need it, and we do. We have something very good for the children, and I'm talking to this one because I can't hear you. Okay. So as I said, it's a good program, and I'm really glad we have it.
Thank you.
Mrs. Coletti?
I, sitting here hearing these stories, and Mr. and Mrs. Ring especially, I've spent my career, 25 years now, prosecuting crime in Cook County. And when I take on a case, the first thing I look at is the pre-sentence investigation that's been completed. And the common denominator in almost every case that I have, that almost all defendants share, is that they've not completed high school. It's stunning. And how wonderful that there is a program like this to capture those kids who almost always, by no choice of their own, no one wants to be deviant, no one wants to not do well in school, that there is kind of like a safety net to catch them and give them basically, one last chance before they're turned out there into the world. And how encouraging that your grandson hopefully will have a job now. That is just wonderful. It warms my heart. And I'm also a parent of a special needs child, highly special needs. And I see firsthand the difference that one-on-one instruction and one-on-one attention makes in his life. So I think it's wonderful that for kids that attend the center are not always those kids who are diagnosed with something that falls under special needs, so to speak, or would be entitled to certain services that other kids are, but they still have a need. So congratulations on your success, and I really enjoyed hearing all of the stories tonight.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hall?
Well, hello. Well, first let me say I am so glad to see you here in the Around the District portion of our board meeting. I totally concur with what's already been said. I think sometimes in education we neglect the human factor of educating children. And every time I come to your building, I totally feel that at work. And that's why I love coming to your building. And we've talked about certain things. And again, yes, calming atmosphere. And I think that's what students in the predicaments that they're in need to feel when they come in. And even, like the parents that are apprehensive, needing to know that, we're waiting and we're willing and we're going to do what we can in order to help your child be successful. That's one of the things I like about Crete Monee, our school district. I love saying that it's a unified district. I love telling people that we have 10 schools in our district, because when I really think about the district, all the schools that are in the district are meeting the needs of our children, all the way from pre-K to 12th grade. And Monee, the MEC Center, is a part of that puzzle because, again, yes, the truth is these students exist and they need help as well. They're a part of our community, and I think MEC is our way of saying, yes, you are a part of us and we embrace you and we're here to help. So kudos again to you. Kudos to the young man that came and spoke in front of the school board. Thank you so much for that. And our parents, we always want to see our parents come out and share their experiences. So thank you all for coming, as well as our mentors. Again, everybody working together to push this community the way that it needs to go. So thanks again.
Thank you.
And then personally, I want to say you're doing an outstanding job. And as my mentor used to say often, the proof's in the pudding. And you've got an example of the proof tonight of the after effect of what's going on. You've got the community involvement. We think it's wonderful. And yes, it is a need, and yes, we'll do everything to keep you. Having been a dean for 14 years, I was on the other end. I sent people. And one of the things that I find gratifying today is my wife and I will be out and we'll run into somebody who will brag about how many times I suspended them. And thank you, because you paid attention to me, you cared about me, and maybe we did a little bit to change their life. And thank you for all your efforts. It is so important. Thank you.
I'd like to say this before we move on to, because we've got a couple more recognitions tonight. First of all, I just want to say how proud, that I am of first Monica and Greg. A couple years ago, it was one. I think I've actually made some really good decisions when it comes down to selection of leaders, but we had an opportunity to sort of redo the program, because it was maybe, 4 years ago, that when I think I was just a year into the superintendency and we were still assessing things around the district, and this was one of the programs that we looked very carefully at in terms of a need for redoing some things. And it starts with leadership. We chose the team together. I think the second year we ended up changing staff a little bit. Dr. Edison was also with me with a lot of changes in curriculum and so on. And it is true. It's you walk in that building, it's one of the nicest in terms of an ambiance and calmness of almost all of our buildings, because it is small. There's a certain atmosphere about it that is just really a wonderful feel. And so I give that credit really to the both of you, and I know how well both of you work, and I'm so happy that the board had a chance, Monica, to hear you personally today, because I don't know if every board member has actually sort of seen you operate and see how you work with kids and how you speak to individuals and adults. It's just a gift that you really do have. You really do have a gift. And being able to relate very well with people. And if people know Greg is full of humor but full of compassion. That's what I love about him, is his passion, and at the same time he can always find something great to compliment someone and smile about and actually laugh about, and that also is a gift. And to our parents, Mr. Ring, couldn't have heard a better endorsement tonight, and especially from an educator. And we're so happy that you were able to come. And Dr. Hunt and Mr. Sanders, I knew of the mentoring program. Honestly, I did not know tonight that Mr. Sanders was involved. I knew that you were, Dr. Hunt. But it's just great to hear that dedication of wanting to be with our young men in particular, because some of them are in such a bad need for positive role models. And I'm glad it was said tonight by Nancy Coletti that the number one denominator almost to a lot of our kids in trouble today is their lack of education, that lack of a chance to finish their high school education and even have a fighting chance of being productive beyond high school. So thank you very much tonight, Monica. Great job, great job. And Jamil, don't want to leave you out. That was a fantastic summation, and very proud of you. And I think the thing that made me really feel good, to hear you say that you're inspired every day to come to school, it's not a burden, and you enjoy it, that, I think, is the best testimony of all tonight, because it's coming from the person who is on the receiving end every day of the teaching and the care and the support that goes on there. So kudos to you, and we actually, for you, Jamil, we have a little gift certificate for you having the courage tonight to speak in front of the board. So what we would like to do, real quick, is to have everyone who spoke tonight, and Greg, even though you didn't speak, but to have Monica and Greg, Mr. Ring, Jamil, Mr. Sanders, and Dr. Hart to come up. We would like to take a picture with the board. We normally do this, and then we put it on our website, and then I would like to give Jamil his gift card. So if we could do that real quick, I would appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, it's not safe when you come up here. Okay. And the next one?
Next. Okay. Melissa, can you do me a favor and sort of just push that podium back to the middle, and then I want you just to stand there for a minute?
She looks like the girl from
All right, we have a couple more recognitions tonight that weren't listed, but are of great importance. Last year, I received a letter from the National School Public Relations Association. This is a national organization that we belong to for community and public relations and public communication, of which Melissa is a member of and the district is a part of. And they asked me as superintendent, did I have anyone in the district that I thought was up and coming in the profession and worthy of a nomination and recognition for the work that this individual has done in our district. And I get a lot of those things across my desk for different employee groups. This one, I felt compelled to send a nomination to the association to say, yes, I think that there's a lot of groundbreaking work that's been done. Compared to where we had been 5 years ago, I think that it's improving every single year, and we're gaining in leaps and bounds. So I nominated Melissa to be one of those up-and-coming professionals to be recognized. So they sent me back some information to say we need sort of like a resume, a list of things, and Melissa helped put that together. And then I think we waited the summer to see if anything was to come of it, and we received a letter, I think in September, that says out of all of the hundreds of people, you got to realize this association has thousands of school districts. It's national, thousands of school districts. out of the hundreds that were probably nominated, they chose 35 professionals in the nation that they are calling INSPRA's now 35 under 35 leading professionals in the nation in terms of the work that they have done. It's an award that is going to be nationally recognized in their publication this year. In fact, they're asking these 35 to actually, I believe, write an article that's going to be read in a national publication, and they will also receive recognition and an award at their national convention in San Diego, California this summer, which Melissa's had the opportunity to attend, I believe, for the last 3 years. So I just want to say, I think it's a really catchy phrase. 35 under 35 is the name of the award. They picked 35 individuals that are under the age of 35 and have been recognized by their districts and their community as being important enough for the work that they do to be recognized. This award was sort of vetted through professionals across the nation in terms of the packet review for the work that we said that Melissa has done, and they deemed it enough to be in the top 35 out of all the packets that were submitted. So I wanted to give Melissa that recognition, and I would like the board to give her a hand. And she also has some other news about 2 other awards, well, 3 actually, in total. Again, we submitted to be recognized for a couple things for our website and some other publications, and I'll let Melissa take over for that.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say first the 35 under 35 is a very meaningful accomplishment to me. I think it's really encompassing of what I do on a daily basis. It's not just for one particular project or accomplishment. I think that being a school PR professional is more than just updating a website, creating a flyer, but it's building a relationship with our stakeholders through transparent, frequent communication that really is what creates the support that our students need. So this is very special to me. We also earned an award of excellence from the Illinois chapter of the National School Public Relations Association for our district website. That was a very long time in the making. The whole redesign process took over 2 years to do. Dr. Rogers, Stacy Elliott, and myself sorted through a ton of school district websites, graphics, banners, structures for the layout to really find something that we felt would become a dynamic tool for our parents. I also thank our district webmasters. They helped us migrate literally thousands of pages of content, almost 10,000 pages of content. Our district website is made up of our district pages, our department pages, our school pages, news and announcements. So it was a very tedious job, but it was worth it. And some of the parent surveys that we've done over the past couple of years, parents have really expressed that our district website is their #1 source to get information for the district. We feel that it's very comprehensive and a great tool for them.
Company, Fame Events, who
Right.
sponsors, they call it New York, New York. Like, for instance, last year the show choir went to the Chicago National Competition held in Chicago, but it was actually in Waukegan.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
it's, I mean, the performances, the contest is New York.
Right.
They're staying in New Jersey, just like, right across the bridge, because it costs less.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
proximity, I believe they've taken a coach bus, right?
Right.
All the way to, it looked like they probably hit New Jersey first to set up their accommodations there. And then from there, I guess,
And
they
it's,
go ahead.
it's actually one of the hotels that is vetted and is included in the package by the company that
Okay.
sponsors it, which is Fame New York,
Fame
which
New-
is the sponsors of the whole competition.
Okay, and I'm good, but I just kind of, this just kind of came, when I read it, when I read the itinerary and things of that nature, I actually wanted to go along with you, Nancy, to be a volunteer. And,
You
and,
can.
and
Pay
one
your
of-
money.
So it just came up as something I kind of looked at. I said, they are going to spend just as much time in another state as they would in New York.
Maurice, I think, though, I personally, if it were, let's say the football team were playing a game in, right along the border somewhere,
Mhm.
and they stayed in a hotel in Indiana,
Mhm.
but they played the game at, pick a school, Watsika High School or something, you would still say they're going to Watsika. That's the intent of the trip. That's where they're going. That's where they're performing. That's where they're touring. And it is included, because I did read the whole, packet. It does
Sure.
say that they're staying in New Jersey.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But I just had to, if something were to happen, everybody have the impression that our kids are in New York, but yet something happened in New Jersey. Hey,
But
I
it says
thought
they're
our
going to
kid-
New Jersey, too. It says they're staying in New Jersey.
Right, exactly. But it's not, again, I don't
follow
want to.
you. Yeah.
The impression is that our kids is taking this trip to New York.
They are.
Right. And the mindset for people who's not at liberty to see what we're seeing, again, if something were to happen, a lot of their time is being spent in New Jersey. And
They're
if something were to
sleeping
happen
there,
in
yeah.
New Jersey, say, hey, I thought our kids was going to New York.
But it says on the packet that they're staying in New Jersey. That's what I don't understand, what you mean.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I don't, though. If it were any other trip, too, I wouldn't understand, because it's not like it's...
I guess the destination...
It should say New Jersey and New York?
Yes, that's kind
But
of...
well...
That's all.
We beg to differ.
Yeah. That's
I
why
beg
you're
to
the lawyer. I'm not.
I don't have a problem with it, because it says they're staying in New Jersey.
Yeah.
But they're
further
going
down.
to New York.
Nikki, you had the original question?
I never fight with a lawyer.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'll get you on technical.
My kids
things
learned
like
that years ago.
Moving right along.
My question, in lieu of how we are being more cautious of parent volunteers spending, one-on-one time with our students, has anything changed with our parent volunteers that are going on these trips as chaperones? I think it maybe somebody from the policy committee can respond to that. Are we requiring fingerprinting? What are we doing
Background
in
checks.
these cases? Because
talked
these are
about that
parents
with
that have spent
Mary.
like this trip. How long is it? Like 3-4 days or whatever. I know that even the 8th grade trip, we have adults going with the students as well.
Do we require background checks for these trips, for chaperones? The chaperones
overnight
on
trips.
these overnight trips. If we have parent chaperones, then we need to, and I think what we need to do is require background checks on any parents who want to go on a,
I agree.
and absolutely, we do it.
But do we call the chaperones being unsupervised? We talked about that. Actually, we actually approved that as a policy.
Well, I think that what we can do is have the policy committee take a hard look at it, and this can be one of those exceptions where we require a background check because they're going to be in close proximity with these students in a hotel for 3 nights. It's that simple. We can require it. It's whether or not people will like it. But we can require it.
They pay, March. It's upcoming.
Right.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
You have time.
Yeah.
They've got time.
I'm a fundraiser.
I definitely looked at that and looked at our policy, even how it's written, and it was changed, revised. But if we do that, we got to do it quick because a lot of things is happening fast with this contract.
Well,
They always
the
do.
policy tonight that we're supposed to review,
Yeah.
we can easily add some language to cover this issue. So when we get there, we can propose some things and hopefully still approve it with that addition. So if that's the board's desire, we can do that.
Not a problem.
I
I think it's in the consent agenda, isn't it?
I also had another question on the consent agenda, and if you can answer it now, because I just saw this before coming in tonight. If you can answer it now, then that's fine. If not, you feel free to get back to me. In regards to the Anderson printing for business cards,
What page are you on?
I don't see it in front of me. I just remember it was on the
check
the registry. I don't know. This is just one page or whatever. I don't know. It's not on here.
Oh, it's not there.
Yeah, it's not on here. But there was a charge for Anderson printing. I know I just reordered business cards. Apparently mine cost a little more. So I just wanted some clarity on that one. To get back with me on that. And
Well, you're
also-
getting the word doctor on yours. That's the additional cost.
I haven't earned it. December 8th. Also, there was a payment to a Pamela Allen for services. If somebody can get back to me on that too as well.
Okay.
Exactly what that was.
I believe I can answer Pamela Allen right now,
Okay.
but I'll make sure that if I'm wrong, I will get back with you with the correction. I believe she was a consultant that was brought in by the Early Learning Center on their curriculum night. In fact, I think she was here for 2 days to do staff development with the staff, and then she spoke to the parents the night of curriculum night. She's out of New York, and that's who Pamela Allen is. Am I right about that, Laura? Do you
Yes.
remember? Yes, so that's who she is. She was here last year also. She spoke in the spring, and they liked her so much, thought she was such a hit, that they asked her to come back because she was sort of asked back by popular demand. Last year she spoke to parents, so they liked it so much they wanted her back. So that's who Pamela Allen is.
If I can remember, the check was around $2,600. What was the cost to pay for her to come here as far as her fee?
There's a fee plus travel, and if you want the breakdown, we can get that to you.
Okay.
But yes.
And that's for 2 days?
Yes. 2 days plus travel. So actually, that's definitely within the realm of what a lot of consultants cost. In fact, a lot of them are a lot more than that, too, some of them.
Just a question. Not so much. Any possible way, because I did actually see her last year at ELC, just since we spend the money to spread it. I know, well, I remember the PTO specifically wanting to capitalize it, but it's still district money. And I'm just curious, her conversation to me did not limit maybe kindergarteners or just maybe advertising it. Just more people getting the opportunity to benefit from it opposed to just the smaller setting is probably the only thing I could
Yeah, actually, I think it worked in the reverse because I know for sure that it was advertised district-wide because I remember Paul calling me and saying, we don't want this to just be for us. This was last year. Now, this year it was different because it was just the curriculum night of ELC, and we didn't do district advertising of it. But I remember that one clearly because I put it in my own calendar. I was there that evening. And I know that we had invited other schools, and we had put it on the website. It was an open invitation. We created a flyer. It was posted in different buildings because I remember every morning coming in the month that she was coming, seeing it, and so on. So, again, fortunately or unfortunately, whatever way you want to look at it, I guess we can always say, is there more that we can do? But I know that we at least put it out there as an open invitation to the whole district. Yeah.
Anything else? Would the secretary please call the roll?
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Pro Tem.
Aye. We do have an acknowledgement for one donation. Rather than try and paraphrase this, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to read Mr. Franklin's letter because I think it's really touching. First, it's to Mr. and Mrs. Wilson at Corey's house. First and foremost, I'm truly touched by your continued dedication to our students at Balmoral. I am humbled by your generosity, even as your children have moved on to the 6th grade center. You have become a driving force in our efforts to improve student climate. The kids are filled with excitement and are eager to meet the goals and expectations in the hopes of winning. Each week, our PBIS team creates a rubric. Children who are caught being good receive coins or Balmoral bucks, which are then placed in a basket to be raffled off at the end of each trimester. The bicycles, which are the donation, are a big-ticket item for the raffle. Our Balmoral mission is one that is quite similar to yours, fostering positive relationships with our children and their families, building a solid foundation with our business partners, and promoting a safe learning environment for all. Again, thank you for this generous donation. And I think it's wonderful that we've got parents and organizations in the community helping us in this way to build better students. Thank you. All right. Action reports from the superintendent. First one, let's see. The Career Preparation Network has invoiced the districts for its local match contribution of, where is it, 20, you haven't got the amount in here, $10,222. I will recuse myself from this vote because I am the head of the Career Preparation Network. I do need a motion to approve the disbursement of funds.
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Sanders. Discussion.
I want to say that actually I think this is the second or third year now that we've done this, and the only reason why we did it in the first year is because it was a difference than what we had done in the past. Basically, we get a grant, but it flows through the Career Preparation Network, and what they would do several years ago, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, is they would take their portion of our money that's given to us, which is all a part of the intergovernmental agreement between Prairie State, the Career Preparation Network, and the districts that they serve. A certain portion of the grant money has to go to the network to pay for the services and the personnel that they have to continue to provide programming, technical support, and so on. But because when the states started having funding problems and they were 90 to 180 days in arrears, the network wasn't getting any money, and we had to still pay our portion. They then get reimbursed once they finally, or actually we get reimbursed, right?
Right.
When the money finally comes in, but the network needed their money earlier than what the state could provide. So what I'm suggesting, that since this is no more than any other invoice that we get and have on the agenda of bills, unless the board feels a need to constantly hear this story, to just treat it as any other invoice, just put it on the agenda of bills and pay for it. But as we've been in this network for as long as I've been in this district, and that's 20 some odd years. And as I said, when the money, cash flow was working good for the state, we didn't have to pay this money up front because it just came off the top of our grant. But since the grant doesn't come to the network anymore on a timely basis, they still need to pay their bills. So we're just prepaying our portion up front, and we wait until the money eventually comes in, and then we get reimbursed. So again, I don't think this is necessary to keep repeating this story for the 4th year in a row. So next year, I would suggest we put it just on the agenda of bills. But this is this year, and this year we do need you to approve it unless you have any questions or concerns. But we've been doing this now for 3 years, and we do get our money back. It's just that we need to pay for these services ahead of time now, because the CPN doesn't get their money almost now until winter or late spring, and if we don't give them their money, we're going to have problems in getting services. In fact, they would just shut down if they can't get their money.
Any questions or discussion?
No question, just, John, I'm curious. Well, no, I'm not curious. I just don't know that, just the documentation and information, sometimes it just seems like exclusion for transparency's sake. Why does it have to be taken off? It's informative for those who don't. I mean, I've been asking Tom for the longest, as long as I've been around here still, what this does. It promotes just what you guys just talked about, business, a business or organization within the community helping. Is it really that to any detriment that we have this written?
If you don't make the local match, the Career Preparation Network will not forward your Perkins or Career and Technical Education Improvement grants, and the district will lose approximately $77,000 this year.
No, I'm obviously saying
That's it. I mean, that's we manage the grants. The grant is awarded to the network, and then we portion it out to the districts.
Misunderstood me. What I mean is, John was just saying that he wanted to not have to. You just wanted to eliminate this whole explanation of it, and I'm saying the explanation in and of itself is good practice to be more transparent. Why do we have to take it off? Is all I was asking.
Well, again, I'm not saying that we can or can't, but I'm just saying that this was a change, and it was a change 3 years ago. And I do think there's other ways to be transparent about the work of the Career Preparation Network. Maybe another way to bring it to light is to have an annual report on the work of CPN that, again, since we now have education reports every month, this could be included in one of those reports. I'm just saying, to pay a bill, this is unusual to bring a bill to the board with an explanation as to why we're paying the bill. And basically the report hasn't changed from year to year. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that I think there's another way to meet your goals and still not have to deal with talking about a bill. I think we need to talk about the Career Preparation Network, and we can do that every year, but not under the umbrella of that we have to pay a bill and why we have to pay the invoice up front.
So if we just put it under bills going forward, as in the case that Tom just recused himself, would it be, how would that?
Under the consent agenda,
I'd have to recuse
he would have to recuse himself
from the consent agenda.
of voting on the consent agenda for that night. And we would have to tell him that.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Don't you? So you're going to be mindful of that as opposed
Right.
to when it's brought up. At
And
this
as
point.
I think that
Actually,
it might be easier.
Actually, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but actually, you know what? It has dawned on me. Maybe it is a good practice to keep doing this as long as you're still on the board and in that role. Yes,
Right.
right.
And if you want to report, I'd be glad to do it. I do it for other boards.
Yes. I think it's under the
Come
guise
on in.
of what's
It's real
happening,
simple. You don't want to vote for me? You don't get your money. It's real simple.
under the idea of conflict of interest, yes, I think this is a good,
Yeah.
a
We can do
good
that.
thing to continue to do it. Once you're no longer with CPN Network, then I do think that maybe we need to
My
consider
board would
doing
let me
it a different
retire.
way.
I wouldn't be.
Well, hopefully they will. Okay.
All right, any other discussion?
So it's a non-issue now. We're going to continue to do this.
Okay. Could we, Secretary, call the roll, please?
Can we clarify the vote?
You'll think that do it? You have
The vote.
The vote is to approve payment of $10,222 to the Career Preparation Network to meet their local match
It's on
obligation.
page 77 if you need the exact invoice.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Pro Tem?
Aye. Oh, I can't vote. Forget it. I didn't vote. Take that out of there. You can put me in jail. Actually, I'll make you a deal. You pass it, I'll give you your money. Okay. Don't put my name in there, Terry. Okay. Yeah. No, there's no tape. Well, yeah, right. Forget that thing. Okay. Moving right along. Update of board policies under superintendents. The Board of Education. Oh, wait a minute. IASB. Yeah, that's next. Okay. The Board of Education is a member of the Illinois Association of School Boards. Subscribed to several of their services. One is the Policy Update Service. IASB sends the superintendent quarterly board policy updates, which should be reviewed by the administration and by the policy committee. The administration has attached the policies that need to be updated. They are 831 AP, Community Relations Administrative Procedures for Adult Volunteers. Policy 4:150, Original Operational Services, Facility Management and Building Programs, Naming Buildings and Facilities. 140-E, Board of Education Exhibit Guidance for Board Member Communications, including email use, and Policy 445, Operational Services, Insufficient Fund Checks, and Debt Recovery. The Administration and Board Policy Committee has reviewed these policies. The Administration and the Policy Committee are recommending that the Board adopts these policies as presented. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Sanders.
Oh,
All right.
we should...
Discussion.
Yeah, there's going to be a discussion. Trust me.
Okay, discussion, and we can amend that one policy now. Okay. That would be Community Relations Procedure, Adult Volunteers, 831, and we want the addition. It has been recommended that the policy presented be have the phrase included that parents acting as chaperones on overnight trips must have a background check. All right. Any further discussion on the motion and the amendment, or the amendment and the other policies? Mary?
So on the last.
Any parent acting as a chaperone on an overnight trip for the district must pass a background check.
Well, I'll tell you exactly where it should go. Let me look real quick, because you can do it.
Is it the last
It would be on page
paragraph?
79.
Procedures for...
It would be under procedures for volunteers who do not work under the general supervision of staff, and where they list 4 examples where it says there are some volunteers that do not work under the supervision of staff. They are sometimes adults who are or 1 coaches, 2 club sponsors, 3 mentors, 4 tutors. You can add 5 saying chaperones on overnight field trips.
Overnight trips.
Okay.
And that would cover it by just putting the 5th example there.
Okay.
That set of volunteers under that second paragraph must be background checked. The first set in the first paragraph are those that only have to go through the software program that's at every school, which is the sexual offender background check. but to actually be fingerprinted, the second paragraph deals with the 4 types that are listed there. We can add the 5th one. Then the board did ask me to be specific about certain restrictions. So under the restriction paragraph, I'm just reading what's in red. The district maintains the right to exclude anyone from volunteering in our schools if a background check reveals any information that could be determined as a possible threat against the safety or security of our students or staff. Examples is what the board asked me to delineate. So we put these, we had a long discussion on this, and the examples would include an adult from volunteering in our school is if a background check would indicate incidents of theft or burglary, incidents of violence such as assault or battery, and incidences of selling illegal drugs. Keep in mind that the elastic clause, we're not saying this is the only thing we would exclude them for. We're just saying these are examples, but the first sentence is the most important. We maintain the right to exclude if we feel that a background check reveals information that could be a possible threat. Dr. Edison brought samples of background checks that have come back on volunteers in our district, and we discussed this in great detail. So we think both of these are necessary, the elastic clause and the examples. Another thing that was asked by a board member is the second bullet under the conduct and training section, which is a volunteer may be asked to leave if he, she is found, is the key word, not just observed, I guess was the original language, is found to be behaving in an inappropriate or disrespectful manner or violates any school rules. And that was it. Those are the changes. But it was an issue because I think there was some confusion. One of the board members who also is a parent said there was some confusion as to how this is being interpreted at the school level. So I think this clears up everything that the board asked me to clear up. There is a set of volunteers, such as, let's just look at this one last thing in the first paragraph. If you're just coming and you're involved in non-teaching duties that don't require instruction, supervising students at extracurricular activities such as field trips, school dances, or school parties, assisting a teacher in some sort of way in the classroom, or helping a kid with homework, but again, under the direction of a staff member, all you have to do is show identification in the form of a driver's license or state ID to be scanned with our new electronic visitor check-in system and wear a badge. But if you're going to be a coach, a club sponsor, mentor, tutor, or a chaperone on an overnight field trip, you have to be fingerprinted, which is background check. And if certain things come up, which we've given the examples of, not only that, but if you're in the 2 databases, which was violent crimes or sexual predators, you know, theft and all the other things that we named, then you would be excluded from being around our kids in an unsupervised sort of unsupervised situation. So I really don't have anything else to say other than I think I've covered everything that the board or the committee wanted me to cover.
And John, I'm going to say again, well, before I say that, I think in the volunteer conduct and training, some of those are missing some bullet points next to them. If we're not going to require this for field trip chaperones, because I think I brought that to your attention. I think on every field trip that I've been on in this district, I've had a group of children by myself, especially the younger ones. You take them to the bathroom, and I think I told you of the incident last year. This parent is no longer in the district, but she pulled a kid's ear that she was chaperoning because the child was acting out of line. So if we're not going to require that, then I think there needs to be some stipulations on whether parents can be alone with these groups of children.
We brought that very question up because I told the policy committee that night that we do have principals that are concerned, mainly because we told them we have a few that live in Indiana. I believe now it's become a state law in Indiana that you must be actually fingerprinted just to be on any field trip with kids, especially if you're going to take a group of kids off by yourself, even if it's at a zoo or whatever. I know I said that, and I asked the policy committee directly, do we want to require that group of parents to actually be fingerprinted? And the answer was no. So I would just say I would like for your colleagues to join in as to their reasons for saying no, because I did ask that very question. And I said that there was some concern, and did we want to require them to be fingerprinted also? And like I said, the answer was no.
Excuse me, I'd like to chime in, if I may, if it's appropriate. I think beyond going to Board Member Hall's comment and concern, and this is going back to when I was a building principal, whenever, beyond the background check, fingerprints, and so on and so forth, it is my belief that even though they've cleared a background check or fingerprint situation or what have you, volunteers should never, ever be unsupervised by staff when they're with a group of kids. That would be my position. Even though they've cleared, they're fine, and so on and so forth, I think that a parent or someone that is operating independent in a public outing, whether it's an overnighter or a 2-hour field trip, should never be not unsupervised by one of our staff members.
Well, then that's a fundamental problem in this district, because as a veteran of more field trips than I care to even recall, there was never a time when a teacher was supervising. In fact, my experience on any elementary school field trip was that was time off for the teachers, and they would get together. I remember one particular incident very, very boldly at a museum, and the teachers all sat in the cafeteria and ate, and the parents took the kids around. And I think then that's something that needs to be addressed at a higher level then, because I have never been on a field trip as a chaperone where I haven't been left alone with a group of children.
And I want to say this, George. I understand what you're saying, but what became of the conversation is there are fundamentally times, that's why the second paragraph exists. It's not just about field trips. Is there any time that an adult who is a volunteer could be alone with a kid that's not under the, now here's the key word, direct supervision, meaning a staff member's eye is on them at every moment that they're in that building. And we said that we do hire people. I'll give Crete Elementary as an example. They used to have something called Tiger Club, which was basically parents that were running clubs after, Cougar Club. They were truly running clubs, whether they were intramurals or whatever, after school with kids, and there weren't adults by the school always with them. We've had tutoring programs where parents are in libraries tutoring kids, and there's not a staff member there at every single moment. So the point is, are we going to still allow that as a district, or are we basically saying that there has to be someone in the physical room or the building where an actual visible eye is on a parent every moment that they're with a child? And I think what the board told me is that is probably impossible for some of the things that we do, so therefore they need to have a greater level of security, which is the difference between VSOF in the first paragraph and a true FBI background fingerprint check in the second paragraph, because there will be times that we won't have an eye on a parent basically 24/7. And so again, it's a fundamental issue of the board. I mean, I'm just telling you, I brought up the very issue that you brought. Should we have kids on a field trip that are out of sight, out of mind, so to speak, at a field trip? And I'm just telling you what the board said. So again, we just need to have the discussion so we can come to an agreement one way or the other.
So, for the record, so John can stop saying he had the discussion with the board. He did have the discussion with the policy committee. And again, I think, Nakia, I mentioned that certainly I ran the Cougar clubs, and I remember even back then saying to the parents, I felt like at Crete Elementary we should be fingerprinted, because that wasn't, not that I was getting ready to do anything, but I certainly knew that we had the opportunity to, I mean, all you need is 2 minutes if you're going to do something and you have it within you. But then just over the last week, talking to parents and different ones, of course, the other issue is, and I think, Tom, you mentioned it maybe in the policy committee, we're darned if we do, darned if you don't, because you're almost saying now, as in your case, if somebody pinches a kid or does something and has a complete, perfect, pearly clean background check, I mean, people can still do different things. I think the two-step tier allows for, how do I say it, a wide range, or it's still inclusive. I know the world is full of ugly people, but how do we gauge or give way to, and we haven't had, God, I hope not, any instances, and we've done a lot of one-on-one with kids, independent of teachers, and I agree with Nancy. You know, we do have to have a conversation with, I don't know, somebody in higher authority, because I just went on a field trip and the teachers parked their behinds at the front of the bus, and the parents were left to deal with the children. And again, we chaperone to assist, not to be isolated and said, today you get a day off. So I'm definitely.
And I will say that if that's happening, that shouldn't happen.
No.
It definitely needs to be communication with the teachers on safety issues,
Right. Well,
safety rules.
And that they're still working on a field trip. And if teachers are not with their students, or at least taking a group, I know my wife always used to take what she'd call the problem makers. She'd take the most difficult group when they went to the zoo or something. And I think that we need to talk to our principals, who in turn need to talk to their teachers and tell them to get their keisters out there and do their job. We are not paying to sit on their cans, eat lunch, or talk in the bus. And if they don't like it, that's too bad.
That's right. Amen.
All I'm saying, if we're not going to require the fingerprinting for this group, that maybe they shouldn't be alone with kids.
But don't you feel like if the teachers step
why can't everybody stay together? What's the whole issue with everybody staying together?
Because if you just use this last field trip we did, I think there were enough teachers to still see
with
within
each
eye
parent.
range if they wanted to be close enough to see if I didn't take a kid in the cornfield.
But I think arguably that's an even more vulnerable situation, because you have parents taking younger children to the restrooms. You have many more opportunities than we're talking like a high school sports team or something, where, you know, there's 4 kids in a hotel room and, you know, the parents are on patrol in the hallway all night. I think the kids in the day field trip situation are more vulnerable because they are taking kids to the bathroom and such.
And one of the things, I know we talked about it too in the meeting, that to communicate this, you know, we make additions to a lot of policies, but just after we had our meeting, I saw all the newsletters, and there's a lot of field trips scheduled. This has to come to some kind of resolution, because it's up in the air. You shouldn't even be applying or signing, getting your signature or approval until this is resolved. But I was just thinking too, in having a discussion with one of the moms, you know, we need to do something, since we've initiated this, in just educating people on what we mean, and even the kids, to say, I don't care if it's little Miles's mom who smiles or whatever. If somebody you know what I'm saying, some kind of education about this kind of thing, because I think too somebody could be hurt but would not necessarily speak to that because, well, little Miss Coletti, no, not Miss Coletti, you know what I mean, something that would help to educate even little kids. We tell them don't talk to stranger danger, but it's stranger danger the parent on your field trip. So even if when we enact this, that would be something that, I don't know, a responsible thing that we could do.
I think it's important to say that we're not trying to restrict parents.
Right.
We're just trying to keep our children safe, and that's something that we've all vowed to do as being a part of this education system.
So what should we have?
And I think it is important to be proactive. Again, I agree with Board Member Sanders, having those conversations with kids. I mean, when I was in school, we had those. You're right, stranger danger. Are we still having those conversations? Are we talking to them, what's inappropriate touching, whatever, as much as we can as a school. But this is something, I just can't let this go. I'm a parent, and I love you guys dearly, but if somebody did something to one of my kids, you would see a whole other side of me.
Well,
and I know all parents pretty much feel that way. So I just feel like as a board, whatever we can do in our power, we need to put into place. And that's all.
Just a final quick point. I think because we do have people who are very precious volunteers, I think if we could make sure the communication that goes out as well, it is to let them know not only how much we appreciate them, but it also is protection for them. Especially in the litigious nature of the world today. And we respect you, we value you, but at the same time, we want to make sure you're part of the team. So therefore, we have put these pieces in place as an umbrella of safety and protection for you, so that because there are parents who I've known who will not volunteer. On the other hand, if in fact they don't feel that we have their back.
And George, you bring a good point. The communication, please, John, whomever you guys have do it. It is as sensitive as that. It needs to be communicated. I hear you saying you're going to talk to your principals, but to actually have a meaningful, poignant conversation, because we are not trying to offend, but you're right, to be safe and say that it's a certain way to communicate that, because right now it's not being communicated even nicely with VSOF. It's come here, let me take your, you know what I mean? And that can't be the case. It needs to be for your protection, so and so, coddling into this, and it's serious business. So please, that's one of those, it's too bad we don't have a forum or something, but yeah, please.
And I think we also need to, when we're adding the chaperone language in, if we define what chaperone, what we mean by a chaperone, because a perfect situation, an overnight trip like this show choir trip, there are many parents who are going, myself included, we pay our own way. I'm not using the transportation. I'm getting there on my own. And there's a lot of parents who go who might be staying in that same hotel and might, be around, but they're not a chaperone. So I think we have to be very clear on, chaperone, what a chaperone is.
All right. I still need direction tonight on are we including, to address Nakia's question in particular.
All right. What I will do then is I will pull the board and two-word answer. Include a background check for field trip chaperones, or not to include a background check for field trip chaperones. Mr. Brown?
I say to include, and include board members too.
Mrs. Coletti?
Well, I don't think we should differentiate between a chaperone for a day trip and a chaperone for an overnight trip, because either way they have access to the kids. So if we're going to do what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Doesn't matter what hour of the day it is or how long you're with them. So.
Okay. Mrs. Hall?
I'm for doing the background check.
Okay. Mrs. Sanders?
Agreed. A background check.
Mrs. Stockton? Agreed. The consensus of the board then is we will add the line in, all field trip chaperones will have to have a background check. Now, the only thing I would ask, and I think this is important, that the board agree on how we approach this with parents, is how much lead time do we give them? I mean, if the board policy goes into effect tonight and we say effective tomorrow morning, you know, it's not exactly fair.
Right.
So how much lead time do you want to give these parents, and how will they be notified? I think a letter, as well as posting it on the website, would be a good idea. And in dealing with
directly with the
the General Assembly stuff, I would say a 60-day notice is reasonable.
But the start of
and
the
then it
second
comes from the
semester.
administration.
Well, if we're talking what kind of drove this, we're talking about this field trip that's scheduled for the March timeframe, and you're looking for parents to make a commitment relatively soon. So is the intent at this moment is to try to get those parents that are volunteers to chaperone our kids in the March timeframe to get background check?
Well,
are we looking
or,
for that?
or on anything, any field trip.
Any field trip, 60-day notice.
But what I'm saying, that 60-day notice.
Well, someone knows, Marie. I think if you're intend on being a chaperone and you know you have to have a background check, and you know you have a criminal background, you know if you have a criminal background. You do. I mean, you would. You wouldn't apply to be a chaperone then if you knew. So, I mean, I think people would still sign up to be a chaperone knowing that they need to submit to a background check. You know, it's not like that's going to make or break their decision. I think.
If it breaks it, it should be they should rescind from being a chaperone.
And if we do 60 days or the start of the second semester,
Yeah.
like Nancy stated, that would give schools time to get it into the December newsletters.
And to have it at the
PTO
PTO
meetings.
meetings and the principals. It is true that tomorrow, it's actually on the agenda for tomorrow's principals meeting. Whatever you guys decide tonight on, especially this policy, because they're waiting to find out, especially about this field trip issue. So I would, inform them, and then we would talk about that whole customer service approach to it, and we would talk about how are we going to inform our parents, and we would do it by newsletters, by PTO meetings, and by personal letters for the volunteers that volunteer consistently, regularly, to give them the copy of this policy should be given to all parents.
And John, can I please make a plea again, just making sure that the administrators have clarity on exactly what's being expected, and there's no
mistakes.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's part of what drove us to have to do this, because, again, I don't think Board Member Sanders would mind me using her name. She told a story where she felt that there was not clarity in how this policy was being interpreted by administration. I'll just leave it at that.
And could I also request that the teachers be informed that they do work on field trips, whether they like it or not?
Because that just looks bad. If teachers are truly thinking it's a day off,
that's all right. We can dock them.
Well,
I don't
if
have
they
a problem
feel
with
it's a day off where they're actually going somewhere and eating lunch all day or whatever they're doing, socializing, and they feel they have no part of the field trip, that's just totally wrong. Hopefully,
I want to speak up for some. Not all teachers are.
I don't think all teachers
I'm talking about the ones who do it.
But I'm just saying, if there is anybody doing that, we need to just make sure that principals reiterate that with their staff, that you should not be sitting someplace and your parents are doing basically all the work. That's all
we
I'm
find
saying.
out something about it.
I know
do
it's
it.
true. It's not true that all teachers do that, but I'm saying if there are certain teachers who are doing that, that should be corrected.
Okay.
Definitely.
Any other discussion on this policy? Any of the others?
Yeah, we got to go through them real quick. The second one was the naming of facilities policy, and if we turn to page 81 is where the red starts. We did come to consensus, and I just want to make sure we captured everything that the policy committee asked for. First of all, we put the word room in also. We're not just talking about the building, facility, room, ground, or fields is part of what can be named. Second, there's an application process. If there's a interested public that wants to nominate some sort of facility or room to name it after somebody, they should ask for that application from the superintendent's office. Once that application is received, I will notify the board president. The board president then will come to a public board meeting and ask that a special committee be appointed to review the application and the request and then make a recommendation with supporting rationale to the board. The committee will comprise of 7 members and 7 alternate members, and the president will ask each board member to submit the names of 2 committee members to the president. That would be 2 people that are out of each board member's sub-district. So if tonight we had that request in front of us, Tom would ask Maurice for 2 names, ask Kim for 2 names, Nakia for 2 names, and so on. They would have to live in your district, your sub-district, and obviously I believe the president would give you a certain amount of time to come up with those 2 names, maybe at the next meeting. That would then comprise the committee. I would assume, even though it doesn't say that the president would also appoint a chair of that committee. They will review the application. Whoever the person who nominated probably would come to a meeting and sort of make their case for why this facility ought to be named after someone. The criteria is listed as to what the board and the committee ought to consider in regards to whether or not they should name the facility. There's 5 things listed. And then the bottom is it's the responsibility of the applicant to provide the rationale for their request, which would include substantiating the quality and significance of any contributions that have been made by the nominated individual. We have to include or consider character, reputation, influence for any individual who's going to be named after something, because an example was given, well, what if it's a known criminal, drug dealer, whatever? You don't want to name a school after someone who has a reputation of repute. Also, I added this one: monetary donations should not represent a conflict of interest between the school district and the donor, so there should be no attachment that as a result of giving this donation they're getting something from the board, like a job or something of that nature. And then the selected name will not duplicate or cause confusion with existing names or facilities in the district. And then last of all, the board does have the right that if anything happens in the future as in regards to the name, such as what I would call the Joe Paterno phenomena, that something comes out in the person's background even 50 years later that they were harming kids, or they were a known, drug pen, or, whatever, something that's really bad, the district would have the right to remove their name from the facility or whatever was named after them if it's going to bring humiliation or embarrassment or dishonor to the district. So that's the policy in a nutshell. I think I covered all the bases that the committee asked me to cover, and unless you have any questions or suggestions for more revisions or deletions, I think I covered the bases.
Just the sentence where it says monetary donations should not represent, should that be present a conflict of interest?
Yeah, that's probably right. You're right. Monetary donations should not present a conflict of interest. Right? Is that what you said? Mm-hmm. Terry, could you make note of that? Thank you. Any other issues? All right, the third one wasn't really anything to change. I just thought, we talked about it, and I thought it would be important to just make note of this one issue. This is a policy around emailing between board members, and we have every once in a while gotten information that I don't think represents our policy. Sometimes we're told we're not supposed to email each other, and technically that's not true. If you look at number 5, a board member, otherwise there are times where you can't communicate. So if you're going to do it, it says a board member should include a do not reply / forward alert when emailing a message concerning district business to more than one other board member. The following is an example of such an alert. It would say, board member alert. This email is not for interactive discussion purposes. The recipient should not reply to it or forward it to any other individual. So all I'm saying is, yes, I understand the practice that a lot of times, first of all, by law, you can talk to each other on an individual basis. It could, and it actually could be board business, and it's not illegal. You cannot talk to more than 2 board members because 2 plus you equals a meeting. So if you're going to email anything to more than one board member or the whole board, then you need to follow this policy. But you can email if you feel it's absolutely necessary that you have to communicate with the entire board. I do like the practice of most board members just send information through Terry, and then she sends it out or I send it out, but I'm just saying that's not necessary. That's not what our policy says. So I just want to bring that point to our attention, and if anyone needs to comment on that, then I'd be more than happy to listen, but I thought that was an important point of clarification.
Any further discussion?
Okay, last point is just simply, I just needed, there's nothing to change or edit. It's just a point that I thought is important, mainly for the public and for the board. This is well, it's not a brand new policy, but it's policy 445, which includes this new debt recovery program with the state of Illinois. Bob Gruss brought this to our attention, I think, a month or 2 months ago. There was a whole packet in your board packet that came from the comptroller's office as to how this would work. We told the board at that time that there was going to actually be a policy to coincide with this new debt recovery. We also decided at this policy committee that all of the debt recovery methods that we talked about, such as using, what are they called, collection agencies and all that, none of that would be done this year because we felt that we needed to give our public time to communicate all of this. So we're going to put communication pieces together. We're going to run that by the board sometime within the next couple of months, and then we will start our new information about debt and payment services. One of the board members brought, don't forget the whole e-funds thing. So we're going to do all of that in our next round in the spring when we start talking about registration again. So for this year, we're going to keep everything in place as we have had it in the past, collect the debt the best way we can. We're still going to fill out the application for this, but we're not going to execute it until next year. So that's all I needed to say. That I think this needed to be brought to the public and not just put under the consent agenda, because the public needs to hear this, that this is something that we're going to do in the future.
Also, just wanted to throw out that I was on another district's website, and maybe this is something to think about too. They were offering discounts. I think like a 10% discount if you paid by a certain date.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that might be an idea to
We'll bring that to
entertain.
our attorney again. The one thing I will say, Nakia, there are districts that do things that aren't legal, even though they're doing it, because we brought that to our...
A discount in fees or a discount in late fees?
I believe it was a fee.
Yeah, original fees, yeah.
Our attorney told us that you can't offer discounts. It could be construed as discriminatory against people who pay late or on time. And I mean, I can have him write a written opinion on it, because it wouldn't be long, but he said that you could get in trouble by someone who pays on time. It's not early, it's just on time, but they don't get the discount because they didn't pay 30 days earlier, and their point...
I think it was the on-time date. Like
Yeah.
if you had it, if you established
By
a
on
date,
time?
yeah.
And in other words, there's a penalty for late payment.
It was more, you just didn't get the discount if you were a late payer.
And instead of calling it a penalty,
I'll
it's
run
a
it,
discount.
yeah, I'll run it by our attorney again, maybe...
It's all in the
Yeah,
phrasing.
maybe in the phrasing we can still do that, but I remember him telling us at one time we couldn't do that, but maybe I said it wrong to him, so
Yeah,
we'll
well,
talk
let's
about it again.
See what he says. Okay, any other discussion?
No.
Are you sure? Okay, Secretary, call the roll, please.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Secretary, oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Pro Tem.
Aye. Next issue is request for the local, pass the local levy needed for operation and debt service during fiscal 13-14. These taxes would be collected the second half of 2012-13 school year and the first half of 2013-2014. The recommendation is that the board approve the preliminary tax levy estimate taxes to be levied as presented. State law requires that not less than 20 days prior to the adoption of its aggregate levy, each district shall determine the amounts of money estimated to be necessary to be raised by taxation for that year upon the taxable property of the district. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Brown. All right, discussion. Bob?
Thank you. The annual tax levy is going to be due this year by December 21st, and a public hearing and vote on the levy will take place at the December 17th board meeting. State law requires that the district estimate our tax levy at least 20 days before the December hearing, so that's what we have our estimate of tax levy tonight. Also, the district is required to post a public notice indicating the date and time of the public hearing, which will take place in December, as well as communicate what the increase in the levy is for this year. So tonight, this is not a vote on the levy, but rather a vote on our estimate of the tax levy. And the information was covered with the Finance Committee at our November Finance Committee meeting. All the information is posted out on Board Book and on our website. We'll also discuss this again at the December Finance Committee meeting, and then have our public hearing on December 17th. Obviously, I encourage anyone to ask any questions before now in the December Finance Committee meeting, or also come to the December Finance Committee meeting and ask questions before the public hearing as well. The estimated, the total levy is increasing about 3.5% from $44.9 million up to $46.5 million. And the estimated impact on a $150,000 home, assuming its assessment decreased in value by about 8.5%, which is the overall district property values are going down about 8.5% this year. The impact on a $150,000 home would be about a 2% increase in the tax bill, which would equate to about $57 for the school district's portion. So based on the Finance Committee's recommendation, the public notice that will be posted will actually communicate a levy amount that will be $1 million higher than the expected $46.5 million. And this balloon levy will be put in place just to ensure that any unknown new property or changes in values between now and the final values, that the district doesn't lose out on any new property that could come on. We expect that new property will be about $1 million. The annual average over the past 20 years has been about $15 million. So obviously this is a very low year for new property. It's expected it'll stay at about $1 million, but if for some reason there was a change in some sort of exemption or a TIF that expired, the balloon levy would be in place to ensure that we could capture that new property if needed. All the information is enclosed. Basically, the information for the public hearing is already complete. It's presented here tonight in the board details, but tonight really is just to pass the estimate levy, and I could answer any questions you have tonight. And then leading up to our meetings next month, I'd be available to discuss anything in detail. But for now, we've communicated on our website that the information is available, and we'll have it posted on the website as soon as tomorrow. So the final recommendation is one, to approve the tentative levy amount, and then two, also I'm recommending that the board approves the public notice that is enclosed in your documentation here, that we will post that in the Daily Southtown Star about 2 weeks before our public hearing.
Okay, further discussion, questions?
Then I'll ask I heard Bob say that the Finance Committee is recommending this. This is, I'm to understand, the general consensus of the two of you.
And what we're really recommending is the balloon levy to make sure that we capture any new property. If we don't do the balloon levy, and let's say that we didn't do a balloon levy and there came up to be a TIF would come off that we could have collected on, we will lose those dollars forever. And that's why we do the balloon. We always do a balloon levy knowing that we will not get all of that money. And remember, the levy is a dollar amount and not necessarily a percentage amount.
An important point to make too is no matter how high a district balloon levies, when the final property values are known in March or April,
that's what our taxes
the amount of taxes that are calculated based on that value, that's the amount that the district will receive. So the entire balloon amount, the extra amount you levy for, is reduced down to the actual amount that it should be at. So you just levy higher just in case the calculation comes in where there is more new property. Because if it ends up where new property or the property values come in lower than you thought they would, like you know that they will, then the amount of taxes given to the district is still reduced down to the actual amount you should receive.
Yeah. I can give you a perfect example of that. The city of Chicago was just informed that, is it Motorola that's moving over to Willis Tower? One of the large corporations. Anyway, they will return $7 million, a little more than $7 million in TIF money. Okay, and if they had not, if the city didn't do a balloon levy, they'd lose that. So I mean, it's strictly watching our backs and taking care of ourselves.
And this is preventative. Sorry, I don't mean to say proactive. And then this is the occasion where we talked about in March, April, somewhere, where Bob is the officer who, once you determine what the tax amount is,
so
refresh me.
In December, there's always an action report that the board gives me authorization to finalize the tax rates between the funds. What that means is that we levy, you'll see in the levy, we'll levy a specific dollar amount in each of our funds, and then that will be submitted to the county. And then when the county does their final calculations, what they do is they send the levy amounts per fund back to us, and we have to approve. So we check their math and make sure it's set up the way that we intended it to be, and then we approve that. And usually what they do is they'll send that to us sometime in March, and we have to return that to them within about a week's time frame, approving the dollar amounts. Now, what they send to us is always going to be, they adjust it downwards because we had the balloon levy in there. And what we do is I always put the balloon levy amount in one particular fund so that the final levy will be exactly the same as the original levy that we submit for all the funds, except for the one fund that we balloon inside of. So usually it's the education fund. We'll put the extra $1 million in the education fund. And then all that board report is doing is saying that when the county sends that calculation back to us, that you're authorizing me to, because they're going to say take $1 million out of somewhere because you're not getting that new property. So I'm going to take it out of the ed fund and leave everything else exactly how we wanted it to be.
Okay. Anything else? Will the secretary call a roll, please?
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton? Aye. Secretary, aye. President Pro Tem.
Aye. Okay, we've got a tentative levy. The approve a significant 5-year forecast assumptions. Do we need a motion on this one? Yeah, we do. We have to approve it. Okay. Hang on, let me find it.
For the, which one? Public notice?
127.
Where are we? Where are we again?
There we go. Okay. 201 U's updated December 2012 5-year forecast will be compiled and completed over the coming weeks. Board needs to approve the significant assumptions to be used within the forecast. The Finance Committee recommendation is to approve the attached assumptions. This was after a long discussion. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the assumptions?
Move.
That was by Mrs. Coletti. Second by Mrs. Stockton. Discussion. Bob, would you please explain the assumptions, and then we can ask questions.
Sure.
Can I ask one question I might have missed? Did we vote on the tax levy estimate?
Yeah.
We did? Okay, I'm
We
sorry.
approved it.
I must have went to the restroom. I'm sorry.
Earth to John.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Is it, the meeting hadn't been that long yet. Okay, Bob.
In December, we will present to you our updated 5-year forecast. This is our
I just want to make sure.
this is our tool that we use to strategically plan for the upcoming budget and upcoming year. It's important that the board has a consensus on the assumptions that go into the forecast, because there are a handful of very important assumptions that have a very significant impact on the numbers. So even increasing some of these assumptions up or down 1 or 2% could have impacts of millions of dollars. The first assumptions that we have are regarding our local property tax revenue, and in terms of what we feel CPI or inflation is going to be, what we believe EAV is going to do in the future years, also what we think new property will be in the given years. So you can see in your documentation on page 128, we've listed out what our assumptions are. These assumptions were discussed at the Finance Committee level, and you can see that the items highlighted in yellow represent items that are revised in some sort of ways from previous 5-year forecasts that we've done, just to draw your attention to those. Also, for general state aid, that is a significant assumption where we're assuming that the foundation level will remain unchanged throughout the end of our forecast here. And also, we're assuming that the state is going to prorate our general state aid, which is a significant cut of millions of dollars to our district, basically at current levels throughout the end of our forecast here. Also, in terms of ADA and enrollment, those will be based on the most recent attendance figures that we get through this month. You can see, and then number 3, we're basically here, what we're doing is assuming state funding for special education, early childhood, transportation will remain relatively flat over the next 5 years. On page 130, we have our expenditure assumptions. And essentially here, what we're doing is making certain assumptions on future salary increases and benefit increases. And then also basically specifying here that we're assuming that TRS rates within the model are going to remain at their current rates, and that IMRF rates will increase by about 1% each year. And then down on number 8, there's a list of additions that are at least planned in concept going forward that will be included within the forecast. So just let you know ahead of time that those items are included within the numbers. And then also with the forecast, we'll also present we discussed with the Finance Committee a long list of possible threats or risks to the financial forecast, things that would include TRS legislation, pension reform, that could change how the TRS system works and increase the district's cost, different bills that have been attempted to be passed at the state level that would freeze our tax revenue increases, and things like healthcare legislation reform that could cause our healthcare costs to go up. So we have a long list of contingencies that we'll be aware of and identify. We won't build them into the base model, but we'll identify what those can be and try and quantify what that impact could have if that happened.
Questions?
Yeah, Bob, going back to the 5-year assumption with the proration percentage, and you did bring it down, like starting in Y14, going through Y17 to the 90%, which is good. But going to the ADA, and you're saying it's pretty much flat line from Y12 all the way through Y17?
I've left it blank there because there is no data there. It's just blank because I said that I would have to wait until the most recent enrollment figures. So we'll plug in our enrollment figures and our attendance numbers that we have our most recent data and use that to project going forward what our enrollment will be.
Yeah. But what is our goal? What are we trying to shoot for here?
The biggest driver in our ADA is our enrollment. So what we try and do to the best of our ability is forecast what our enrollment is going to be going into the future. In terms of the attendance percentage, I would typically use basically historical attendance percentages if we wanted to be optimistic at the high school level and increase that percentage by whatever percent whatever you want to determine tonight, I guess, to let me know what to assume on that.
I guess that more come from you because this is such a big driver when it comes to getting necessary funds from the state.
Maurice, did you see the Tribune this morning?
No.
Okay, they had a three-page spread on truancy.
Okay.
And Galena, right, has increased their ADA revenues by $234,000. The reason they did it was they hired truant officers to go out and do it. And I think that's something we will need to take a hard look at, possibly at the next Finance Committee meeting, because to change the ADA, to bring it up, it means there has to be an enforcement that will move the child from home to the building for those who are allowed to stay home. And if they're sick, they're sick. I mean, if they leave home and they cut out, that's one thing. But we've got a large number that simply stay home.
And again, I don't know where we are. I know percentage-wise where we are, what's driving that number not to be up a percentage here or there. And I haven't seen it. I guess that's more left for discussion in the future. But again, that was something I asked for, a plan. What are we looking to do? What are the problems? What do we need to do to move forward to get the number up? So, but again, that's such a big driver when we're talking about money that's coming in from the state. And for us not to have the plan necessary to go forward, it leads me to have a big concern.
I'm sorry, so you're saying you're concerned that we don't have our attendance plan in place right now?
A plan. Yeah, I would like to see that in some way, shape, or form to drive that number up. What are we doing? I know I did see something from Dr. Rogers, and I believe you saying this is kind of where we go. But we're saying that what number are we shooting for? Are we looking to go way back before I came? Part of the plan was to increase the truancy rate, and I thought we had a number there. But since then, I think it may have fallen by the wayside in some way, shape, or form. That's all. I just need to know where we are with that. And that should be in this assumption, this 5-year assumption, this critical revenue assumption. Yes.
And I know we had, we're really pushing attendance maybe the year before last, and I know some of the schools had attendance initiatives on increasing attendance. So maybe we need to revisit that, see where we are with that, if schools are still pushing it, because again, those are dollars. for our students.
Big dollars.
The schools, I think, if you watch the newsletters, they have incentives for them. Who is it? Well, I just read ours, at least. Pizza with the not pizza with the principal. That's another one. But they still have some things. I think still the issue is getting the message across to our taxpayers. This is their tax dollars, and somehow convincing them that this is money that if it could come from another resource, why not let it come from another resource aside from your pocket? So what was it? Mr. Elrod was just on a, I don't know, what do we call it? It's not Skyward, but the automated attendance. And I have to actually say I had a student absent. Not that they are critically, chronically not in attendance, but just being aware of the significance. I mean, again, the school didn't call me right away. I knew automatically to call, and I was talking to another mom. I think we just need to get that word out that is critical to, if they don't have to be home, it's, $1 earned for the district. So maybe even, and I'm thinking about all the things that we did here for parent-teacher conferences, some of that dialogue, because it's going to come back to hurt at the end of the day the parents. And even walking in here today, talking to a mom out in the parking lot, I mean, the discussion is going on in here, and people are parked outside, and I don't mean that literally. I mean, you can't be parked outside and the discussion and the tax conversation is happening now where you can have an input. Oh, it's all we have to do is get our kids in school? I mean, yeah, that for academic purposes, certainly first, and of course these finances. So I don't know. I agree with Tom. We need to have the discussion about truancy. I remember when I was coming up, you didn't stay home and wander around. I don't know where they're wandering here in Crete. There's not a store or something you can just hang out at. So we probably could snag a few people if they're, dangling up, but where are they going?
Yeah, and Bob, I'm good with the 5-year assumption, but I think we need to have something to drive for with the ADA for 213 on out, because there again, that's a big player when it comes to getting the necessary money.
Why don't we do this? I think in my heart of accounting hearts, it's too ephemeral a projection, because we don't know where it'll go until we put things in place. But what we could do is come up with an alternate scenario for the one section that said if attendance went up 5.5%, 1%, 2%, just another number that we could take a look at. I think that would survive it, because in a 5-year projection, if we're projecting that the attendance will go up and it doesn't, it just hurts us.
No, well, again, this is an assumption. This is we don't know the numbers for sure, but we need to be proactive when we talk about the ADA. We don't know enrollment, but I guess they work together, right? Enrollment and ADA. Mm-hmm. But percentage-wise, if we're at 91% regardless of the enrollment, and say, you know what, we want to shoot for 93%. And that's what we should use as a basis for the assumption. Right. That's what we're going to shoot for, and we're going to put the measures in that's necessary to make that happen.
I have all our historical data of our attendance percentages by school, by grade level, and all that. At the elementary levels, I don't believe there's a large amount of opportunity for improvement. It's a very high percentage already. I think at the high school level, there is a potential for some improvement. We have documentation. We have extensive plans that administration and the high school have worked together on over the past 2 years. It's documented. I could send it to you tomorrow. That already shows all the steps that they're taking today even to improve attendance in ADA. A lot of it procedural within the schools, properly accounting for the students that are here.
Right.
Because they move so much between the building that there's systems and processes in place now to make sure that we're capturing everybody.
That's right.
And even further ideas to help just through scheduling and even the design of the calendar to improve attendance for future years. So there's already a lot of planning and plans in place. I think it's just a matter of it hasn't been an agenda item on one of the most recent 2 or 3 board meetings to showcase all these things that we're doing, because I believe it was a project, a larger project that was, my understanding was it was more of a project that was taking place throughout the year, this presentation of all these efforts and communication efforts that were going to take place, but a lot of work's already been done. So all I can say tonight is that I would recommend using the historical attendance average for the high school level and for all levels, and then for the base scenario adding a 2% improvement for the high school level for all future years.
Okay.
And that's what I'll use for my assumption.
That's good. I'm good with that.
And John, whatever you all decide as far as initiatives, I'm thinking even things, posters on walls in the high school. I feel like personally in this high school there needs to be more motivational posters. Upstairs is a little bland to me. We can be out, using that space. Kids read things, things get them thinking. Whatever we can to, push this, not just attendance, but other things, good character as well. I think sometimes when you get to the high school level, people think that those types of things should only be in elementary school buildings, but they should be in high schools as well. So whatever we can do to push this, I think we should do it.
I agree, and we will bring back some of the things that we actually are doing, because part of what you maybe have been seeing as an involvement of just bringing either school spirit or certain messages, like this cafeteria with these banners, the label across the windows. We are looking at certain walls now of what messages that we can put up. We've contacted signage companies and looking at posters that we can buy and different things of that nature. So, and you're right, it's more than just attendance. We're looking at character messages about being a student, athlete, all kinds of things. So we're working on all of those things, and we will bring that information back to you as to what we're doing. But I agree with you.
One of the good things you guys did do at the using the football, their success, I heard them mention the honor roll students at the game. So even though you're not necessarily playing football, they were recognized. That's for next time, but it's a huge crowd. Any of the sporting events, it's a freebie. And it's an opportunity to say some things, name some kids' names out. And I don't know, as a mom, if I were sitting there, if you don't, son, wouldn't you like your name to be called? And it means something as simple even as perfect attendance. Johnny Doe received perfect attendance, and there's, 100. They tell me it's really difficult to get a lot of, to get anything out of the Warrior store because you have to acquire so many bucks. So maybe minimizing the number. It's a piece of paper, so let's give away some things, and that's cheap. That's not something that is going to be very costly and expensive. So maybe something like that.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion? Do we need to call a roll on this? Yeah, we need it. It needs to be approved. We need an approval on this one?
Yes.
Okay. Secretary, call a roll.
The assumptions.
Could you say, President?
Pardon?
Could you say President basically call the roll
5
with the changes that he's
Yes.
going to add? Okay.
Okay, as amended as has been requested.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Pro Tem.
Aye. Now move down to the business update. First thing is the financial audit. McGladrey and Pullen, the district's financial auditor, has conducted the audit. They presented the audit books in, and this is a informational piece. The unqualified opinion is the best opinion an auditor could give on the district's financial statements and indicates, which is what we received as a district, an unqualified opinion, that in McGladrey's professional and legal opinion, the financial information in these reports represents fairly in all material respects the financial position of the district. The financial data is in conformity with the U.S. accounting standards. The U.S. District's FY12 financial profile score is 3.25 over 4. This falls into the category of the financial review, which is the second highest category of financial strength per Illinois State Board of Education calculations. Bob?
Yeah, so McGladrey came and discussed the audit with our finance committee. They took them through the report and explained the various sections of the report, pointed out some different highlights, and overall they discussed the timeline of the audit, how it begins back in March and April, and then they come out in June for a week and test internal controls and procedures, and then they come out in September, and they're here for 3 weeks going through all of our data and our information. And then after that, they go back to their offices for probably about 3 more weeks, compiling everything and reviewing everything and asking questions through email and phone calls. And then actually right now, tonight and the next couple of days, they're finalizing the final reports, which I'll bring to you at the next board meeting. I'll bring to you a hard copy of the final reports, and I'll also post those electronically on our website as soon as we receive those. We should get them within the next couple days.
Okay.
And the Finance Committee received a draft report at the Finance Committee meeting, and like I said, the final reports will be due in a couple days.
Right. And the report we received, the draft said it is unqualified. There are absolutely no audit findings, which is good. Any questions for Bob?
There was no audit findings that was worthy of talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there were no findings. Exactly. All right. An announcement, administrative. I'm going to steal the superintendent's thunder. We got the check, folks. $23,627,795 has electronically been transferred into our accounts. Now, the question is, what happens to that money now that we've gotten it? The first thing we have to remember is that we promised the public that we would hold forums and cannot do anything with those dollars specifically until after we have held the public forums and go through the discussion afterwards. Bob, you did get a recommendation from our attorneys as to how we should hold the money until that happens. Could you explain it, please?
Well, there's various options of how to account for the money in terms of what fund we put it into. There's various considerations to take into consideration in terms of you don't want to accumulate an excess fund balance, which would create possible tax rate objections. You don't want to put it into certain funds that would restrict the money for future uses you may want to use it for. So based on all of those considerations, you could split the money into various funds. The funds that the money would ideally be split into would be the education fund, operations and maintenance fund, and the capital projects fund. Considering that most of the funds would most likely be intended for capital projects, the funds that are placed in that fund would remain there. They can't be transferred out. Funds that are put into education or O&M could be held there and then transferred into capital projects at a later time to do construction projects, or it could be used for different uses per discretion of the board and the community and different decisions that are made over time. The one fund that we cannot place the money into, it would be our working cash fund. So, we wouldn't put any money in there because legally there's no way to really get it into that fund.
Any questions? Do you have a recommendation as to how you're going to distribute the funds?
At the December board meeting, we'll be presenting on the treasurer's report. It will reflect how we
distribution.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Currently, we have a tentative plan of how to deposit the funds. I've been reviewing that with our auditors, and our legal counsel approves of it. it's really, I mean, there's several different ways you can do it. It comes more down to the choice of the district of what our priorities are, what funds to put it into. We're within the legal parameters of how to do it. It's just a matter of what is going to be the ideal place for the funds.
All right. Another thing that came up is, if you remember when we initially talked about the possibility of receiving these funds, we had a long discussion about capital improvements, building improvements, maintenance of the buildings, what happens. Well, we've contacted our architects to run an audit as to what needs to be done in a priority manner with the estimated costs of those things, because if with that in hand, then we can hold a forum. And I think it will take them a couple of months to complete the audit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it would take at least a month for them to go through in detail all of our buildings and really itemize out all the projects.
Okay.
So
So
we've identified a listing of the projects that we presented in March to the Finance Committee, but they would just be validating everything that we're saying in detail and providing, engineering specs of everything that we're talking about.
So what we'll do is, as soon as we get that report, we'll hold a board meeting, set a date for the forum, and once we have that public forum, we'll have that at the high school in the auditorium where we can accommodate the most people, and we'll provide a large amount of time for public speaking. I think public comment will be interesting. There will be people that will come up with ideas. Someone will ask for a swimming pool. Somebody's going to ask for AstroTurf. Somebody's going to ask to build a coliseum out where the football field is, especially if we go all the way. But it will be interesting, but we do want public input into this, and then it will be a board decision, and it may be a tough one, but as to how we use these funds. But at least we got them.
And Tom, thank you. I'm glad you guys reiterated that, because, again, it's one of those things where people are waiting. They've been watching and watching and waiting, and rightly so. But even more than that, the input is critical, and I think we have to do some things with what we'll present to them, and then at the same time, I'm hopeful that we'll have some kind of balance, meaning that at some point maybe we could have the communities, one item from their so-called wish list, if you will, because it means that the meaningful dialogue and their exchange was heard, and it's almost like putting a roof on the house. Nobody likes to do it, but it's something you have to do, and then you might get some new grass or whatever, some of that, but that's I'm hopeful we'll be able to accomplish that.
And we'll see. We'll have the priorities. We'll know, and we'll listen. And I just put a new roof on my house, so I know what you're talking about. Okay.
I just want to say this one thing. I think as far as immediate next steps, I think at the next Finance Committee, I think at the last Finance Committee meeting, it was recommended that we receive an actual cost estimate of what it would cost for the architects and engineers to come in and do sort of that facility study. And then we would bring that to the full board in December to vote on, to authorize at least the spending of that money, which would come out of the capital development grant. And then once we receive that, once the study is done, so if it's 2 months, we may be talking January and February. Once we have that document in hand and the board can sort of digest it a bit, we would then be ready to have the community forum. So the forum may not actually happen until almost, the springtime, March, which is right around budget time anyway, which is sort of perfect as you talk about budgeting items that may be facility related for next year, starting in the summer. So
let me clarify, John. You mean that we would spend money prior to having the hearings?
Well, only to get the audit done that the board,
physical
or at least
plan.
the finance committee, did agree needs to be done so that that can be brought to the forum also. Because the list that was developed by administration, one of the issues was people might say, well, that's just your opinion. You don't really have anything to back it up that you need a new roof or you need a new heating system other than you saying it. So the finance committee pretty much said that Healy and Bender, which we did talk about in several finance committees, that if we ever got this money, we needed to have our architects and the engineering firm go through the district to validate that list that was brought to the board in terms of the needs list.
And the reality is we want to be able to go to the public and say, these are the things we feel have to be done. Now we not want to know what you want to do. I mean, and then it comes down to a trade-off. If two of the things that I can think of right off are the at Balmoral, at CSK, and at Talala, we need to revamp the driveway system for the safety of the kids. It's just that simple. And once that's, that is a high-cost ticket or a big-ticket item. Well, what happens then, if the public comes down and says, well, we want AstroTurf, I mean, just using that as an example, and that money, well, then what do you want to give up in the priority list to get the AstroTurf? And those they can be very tough decisions. So, and you're right, again, but it's important that public input comes in, and it's also important that they feel they've been heard and that they do get a piece of it, a piece of the action, so to speak.
And if you will, Tom, it's because I'd have to read back, but as we are planning there, I understand the reasoning behind making the preparations, but if somehow, I mean, they've watched this 23 million step by step.
Oh, yeah.
So even if, it seems like the forum is not going to come until after some monies are getting ready to be, engaged. If, we have something, either in your key communicators, something that's saying, we got the money, I mean, big time, almost to the point of if we were having a written forum, you know what I mean?
We'll put something together and get it out to them.
I just have one question. This is probably stupid. Is that money in one financial institution? Like it's in one?
Right now, the money's located in the Illinois Liquid Asset Fund through PMA, which is really that's the safest place to have our money right now because they invested in short-term securities, federal securities, things that mature every 30 days. So they're basically, it's the safest investments you could possibly have, which unfortunately it doesn't pay very much interest. I did meet with PMA and then also our new bank to discuss different long-term investment options that where we can buy longer-term CDs or longer-term, fully insured investments. So once we get the money put in place, we can make more interest on the money as well. So over the 5, 6, 7 years, we can earn a significant amount of interest in the money. Not like we could have 5 years ago, but we can still make more money than just keeping it in almost a
under the management.
Zero interest paying type investment.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Laura, you're up. It's information only.
That's all I get after all this time is I'm up. I don't get an
Laura, we have been waiting for your report in breathless anticipation. Would you please provide us with that?
You notice how he said it's information only.
Listen, I'll give you an intro. The board has asked for a monthly report from the curriculum office regarding educational initiatives and programming throughout the district. I do think, and I mean this honestly, I think we need to move this report in particular to the first thing on the agenda because, again, like we said about the academic report, we cannot continue to say this is a priority, and it's always last at 10-something at night when there's no audience, people are tired, and to be honest, well, no, but
You look tired.
excuse me, where we have very few people in the audience, not no audience.
We've got one
Right,
piece of
yes.
chopped liver on the other side of the podium.
Dr. Rogers, you hit the nail on the head.
Well, and to be honest,
Yeah.
and Laura knows this is no disrespect to her, but at this stage of the game, as much as all of us are vested in what we do, we are probably all thinking, God have mercy, do we have to be here another, 15, 20 minutes or 30 minutes? And it's nothing against Laura or what's being presented, but it's unfair to do it this late.
I
That's all I'm
agree.
saying.
And
All right.
Okay, well, who's in charge of that?
I would make a suggestion.
We're going to put it first.
I think that when we start talking, we do the around the district and do the consent agenda, and then move all academic reports to immediately after the consent agenda.
I would say even before the consent agenda. And we capture any public that's here. What are we in business for? The academic achievement of our kids. So that should be heard up front. Yes, the consent agenda is vital, it's important, but nothing is more important than hearing about the academics of our kids.
We're going to be here.
That's just my opinion.
I concur there, because as board members, this is a business meeting. We're going to be here anyway to do the business aspects of it. And like you're saying, if we're trying to capture the audience, I mean, for all we know, people need to go back and absorb this information. I was reading the Common Core standards, and this was talked about a lot at the parent-teacher conferences. So people need to understand that, even from this, and that we support it from this level up and down. So hopefully that's something you guys can consider.
So we're up right after closed session. Okay.
Okay, I think we got it.
You rearrange the agenda.
Go ahead,
All
Laura.
right.
All right, I'll do my...
Was that a good enough introduction?
That was great.
All right.
I'll do my best here as
Well,
my
you
late
can't
night
leave.
show. But I wanted to start, well, as I did last month with math, I want to do the same thing for writing, and next month when we get to reading, I want to start with just an explanation of Common Core and how it addresses these content areas, because we are in our third year of work on this, and Common Core for writing is really, it doesn't really stand alone as much as the other content areas do, because it's so integrated with literacy. The big push with Common Core writing is that it is integrated and it is paired with what kids do with reading and even with math, but more so reading and reading in the content areas. So the Common Core really addresses writing in 5 ways. One is obviously that whole writing process, teaching kids how to write. The other one is you find the language of our 6-trait framework for writing throughout the Common Core, which we've been using 6 traits in our district now for several years. So it was really nice to see that all the work that we'd put in on teaching kids 6-trait writing is all, it's not going to be wasted effort, because the language is throughout the standards. And then the standards also focus on several types of writing: narrative, the informational explanatory type of writing, and argument opinion. And they use the different words depending on the grade levels, but it's basically the 3 types of writing. And then, as I just said, it's that whole idea of written response to reading, the reading-writing connection. Sometimes we call that the idea of writing to learn as opposed to learning to write. So it's taking things that you've read and using evidence from what you've read and displaying your understanding of what you've read in some form of writing.
Right.
And then the last part that the Common Core talks about is this whole idea of research, and it's beyond just what we typically think of as that long research paper, but it's taking multiple sources of information and teaching kids how to find out what's important, synthesize it, and then turn it into some sort of research product, whether it's the long research paper or it's some other type of product, a presentation, a commercial, some other type of product. What the Common Core relies on 2 charts, and I have these here for you. One is the
was from 2011, and that's the NAEP writing framework. NAEP had a framework out before Common Core was developed, and when they developed the Common Core standards, they looked at what NAEP had and said, this is where we want to go with this. And so it has also been adopted by the two assessment consortiums that are out there that are planning all these wonderful assessments for us in a couple of years. Ours is the PARC consortium. But what they did was they took the three types of writing and they broke it out by what is the percentage of writing that kids should be doing for each of these types. And what you can see here is that there is a definite reduction in narrative writing that happens over the course of an educational career. That goes from 35% in elementary down to 20% by the time students reach high school. And you can see in the other two categories, which are basically your, if you want to call them, for lack of a better term, the nonfiction writing, there's an increase in kids writing to form an opinion or write an argument piece or to write something that's more informational. So we're having a shift here. Right now, I would say that students, especially at elementary, the projection is that students were writing at about 70% narrative, and you can see that this has basically cut that in half, and now it's moving down to 20% by the time students are in high school. Our assessment consortium, PARC, put out this chart too, and it's their suggested quarterly writing goals for a year. And if you look at this as students move up through the grades, and it does start at third grade, we've got our first column there, which they call routine writing, and that's really where students are writing to learn. So, you know, write a journal entry, tell me what you've learned today, explain this problem, you know, those types of writing. So there's that piece to it. And then they break it out by three different types. Analysis, which would be that argument, opinion, informational type of thing, the research project, and then the narrative writing. And what they did was they calculated it to a total per quarter. If you extrapolate that out and you think about a quarter, okay, 4 times a year, and you do the math on this, these are finished pieces. So it's not just any old thing that we write, but it's something that students have taken through the writing process. We're looking at finished pieces that are running anywhere between 20 up to 36 pieces in a year for a student, which averages out to be about 1 finished piece of writing a week, which is way more than students are currently doing. So they've really upped the ante on this. If you look on the next page, PARC is also, what we're hearing from PARC, and things do tend to change periodically, but what we're hearing is that in the assessment system, they're going to ask kids to write 4 papers as part of the assessment that occurs at about the 70% mark of the school year. So they're going to have to write a summary that's in response to reading, some sort of narrative piece, which they're getting away from the, you know, the personal narrative that we're all used to seeing kids write, you know, tell us about your favorite family vacation or whatever, but usually it's something that's connected to a piece of text, so it could be to recreate an ending for a story, something along those lines. It's always connected to text. An argument or opinion piece and an informational explanatory piece. And they're hoping to score these for both the content of the work and how well it's written in one assessment. So I think a pretty lofty type of assessment. I mean, it's definitely going to take some retraining, you know, we're going to have to change our instructional methods to get students ready for this type of assessment. So that's kind of where we're at. And then last month, Mr. Brown asked the question, what happened to Brockton? So I wanted to give you the update on Brockton. First, I want to start with the middle school, and I know Dr. Rogers had this in the FYI, but last year, right after we had the Brockton presentation, we met with the principals, high school, middle school, and sixth grade, and we said, you know, what are you going to do with this? And they all kind of came up with their plan. Well, the middle school went back, and what they did was, I thought was very smart. They decided, let's go with something that we're already doing. Let's not reinvent the wheel, because we're already into the school year. So they they looked at the extended response portion of the ISAT, and they said, let's take that as our kind of our Brockton model, and let's take it through the process. So they really focused the Brockton plan on something that they were already doing to make it better. And what happened when we looked at the data that we had from the kids who were in 7th grade, and we looked at their extended response scores from 2011, and then we looked at that group as 8th graders last year after they had been through the extended response Brockton plan, we saw an increase of 11% in the number of kids that met or exceeded state standards on that portion of the reading test. So, you know, they were really smart in doing something that they knew they had a measurement for that was impacting our test scores, and they had a very solid plan, and they went out and executed it, and they came out with great results. So for them, I think, even though Mr. Stockton's the only one here, I think we should give kudos to the middle school for their great work. I'll get our blood flowing here for another few minutes. High school was a different animal, as always. But, you know, they didn't have something to latch onto like an extended response. Much bigger school, you know, lots of things to consider. So they didn't have a rubric. They had, you know, they had to start from square one. So they basically convened a committee, just like the Brockton folks did, and they created a rubric that they would use for writing. And then they went and the first thing that they did was in second semester was they started with the English department, and they had the kids write, and then the English teachers, who then, when they did it in their classes, they had 150 papers that they had to score. They sat down, and they were missing a few, I think, key pieces to this, like let's train everybody on the rubric so everybody understands how to use the rubric. Did we test the rubric before we assessed the kids to make sure that we kind of worked out some of the bugs in the rubric? There were just a few little things that didn't allow the process to run real smoothly for them. So what we did I think it was in March last year, we said, you know, let's like time out here on the high school. Let's stop, and before we get too far into this, and let's backtrack so that we can make sure that what we're doing is of quality. So we brought the high school, some people from the high school committee and some people from the middle school committee, and we brought them together with, you know, Mike Dugan, Gail Bonensteel, who's our literacy coordinator and works for Park and is working for the state, and, you know, we brought that expertise in. And we started to look at rubrics that have been created based on Common Core from different states in the country to create 2 rubrics for us to use 612. So all of that committee work we came out with 2 rubrics, one for informational writing and one for argument writing. And then each of the groups split off into a 6-8 and a 9-12 group, and they went back and they created their plans for this school year. So we took what we had done was, after we created the rubrics, we went back to the high school, and the high school had actually written also in the social studies department, but they didn't score the papers because we kind of stopped the process right there. So we pulled those social studies papers, and we used them to kind of, within our committee, test the rubric, and we found some papers that we could use to train teachers on for the fall. So we pulled out some anchor papers. It was about, I think we had 10 of them that we scored, and then when we reconvened in August, we trained the teachers using those papers to practice scoring using the rubric. So we took them through some training. So basically where we're at now this school year is we have really district writing going on grades K to 12, which we have had writing going on before, but nothing that's been as focused as it is right now. And you know, when they don't test writing, which happened a few years back, when you don't test it, you know, and people get crunched for time in their classrooms, the first thing to go is the thing that's not tested. So we couldn't really say that writing was being taught, I think, with the fidelity that we wanted it to be. But with this process now in place, every student in every classroom in this district is writing on a monthly basis. And what we did was we simulated, our plan is really simulating more or less what Park is going to require of students, which is to have a piece of reading, or 2 pieces of reading, or 3 pieces of reading, but have them in front of them, read them for the first time, and now do what we're calling a cold write. So it's not this, you know, I'm going to read it, I'm going to take a few days, take a bunch of notes, digest it. You know, it's you read it, you do a graphic organizer, and you write. And what they're writing is really a draft. It's not a finished product. And then what's happening is that teachers are then scoring those papers using our rubrics, and then providing feedback to kids as soon as they possibly can after that. And the way that all of the schools have set it up is that it's not this, I'm an English teacher, so now I'm having 150 students write, and I've got 150 papers in front of me now that I have to grade or score. I don't want to say grade because we're not grading, but I'm scoring them using the rubric, and it's taking me a week and a half, and now I'm way away from the time that they did it, and I haven't given them timely feedback. So the way the high school has structured what they're doing is they now have, they're on their half days, they set them up as literacy days. And on the half days, they have 3 periods where one period is writing. The second period is a debate, which is setting them up now for argument writing, which is going to come in second semester, so it's kind of the precursor to that. And kids are, they're getting to talk and use text and have voice, so that's a nice, so I think it's a nice change for them. And then the third part of the day is the one book, one school. So they've picked a book, a really good book. I actually enjoy reading it myself. They're reading Divergent, which if you haven't read it, you should. I think you have a copy from that. Did you read it yet? I really liked it.
We probably need to bring them a copy maybe
Yeah.
at the next board meeting. We'll have to ask Mike about that.
Yeah, we'll have Mr. Newton get some more copies. But they're reading one book, one school, and then they're taking the rest of that third period to do some other things around PBIS and recruiting for clubs and things like that. So it's really kind of set up a nice structure for a half day, as opposed to just having shortened periods or the other schedules that they ran. It's really, I think, becoming a more meaningful day. I talked to one of the kids at the football game a couple of weeks ago that I knew from elementary school. I said, so how do you like those half days? And he just kind of looked at me and he goes, well, I think the jury's still out, but but I'm confident that the days are running smoothly and that kids are actually getting something of quality out of it. Middle school's kind of doing the same thing. They are only doing informational writing this year. They want to make sure that it is going well, and then they'll take the second semester to plan the argument writing for 2013. But they're doing the same thing. They don't do it on half days, though. They run an alternate schedule, and they get it done. And then for K-5, we actually always have done writing every trimester, but what we did this year was we moved it up to a monthly assessment, and our writing committee worked for the last year and a half on developing a writing curriculum, and they are teaching all 3 types of writing every month, and then the assessment is coming at the end of the month. And they're gathering their information, they're scoring their papers, they gather their information, they bring it back to the writing committee. So right now, in terms of summing up the work that we're doing this year from committee work, we have 2 committees going on. We have our 612, which is meeting on Thursday. We gave them 2 months to start the process, and now they're bringing all the feedback back to the committee on Thursday, and we're going to debrief and start to work on revisions. And then our K-5 group, as I said, it's been meeting now for about a year and a half, and that group has had 2, they've met each time that they've written. So they had a meeting in September after our September writing cycle. They had a meeting in October. We made a couple little revisions, and they're writing the week we get back from Thanksgiving, and we're also meeting this week to go over the October feedback. So it's an ongoing process. But I think our next challenge is, once we do this, is now let's take it and move it from just like a special day or an assessment, and how do we now embed this kind of activity into our curriculum so that it's happening on an ongoing basis in content areas, because the I think the beauty of Brockton, if you remember her presentation, was that they had that cycle where, you know, 1 month social studies wrote, the next month English wrote, and they got into PE, and it became, but it became part of their curriculum. So it wasn't something that was an add-on, and I think that's the goal of the work, is to not only prepare kids for the test and prepare them for what Common Core is, but to get this embedded into the ongoing teaching and learning that's happening in the classrooms. So that's kind of where we're at.
I'm so excited, you know. I mean, you identify the issues, came up with an action plan, you're working a plan, and you're looking forward to some type of effective review. So your team is really putting forth some hard effort here, so keep up the good work.
Yeah, they've worked hard, and they're doing good, really good work.
Keep it up. I'm excited.
And we're seeing improvement, and that's what counts.
Yes. And we have 5 more minutes, so if anybody has any questions.
I did talk to a couple of teachers at the middle school, and it sounds like they are very excited. Sometimes you think that people be apprehensive, especially if writing is not, you know, their background. But I did speak with a teacher who's not a writing teacher, and she sounded really, you know, hopeful and excited about the process. And I think as long as you communicate clearly and train teachers and give them all the tools that they need, that will help with everyone coming on board with it. But I'm really excited about this. I feel like, I mean, I used to be a writing lab coordinator for a school district, and this is a skill that many adults don't have. So for us to be making this initiative, and I'm even thinking about ELC, and I know they do their, you know, writing things there as well. But I'm excited to see that this is taking place throughout the district, and I wish everybody well, and I'm sure it's going to be really successful.
You know, it's interesting because training is, you know, training is a huge piece. A certain level of comfort with what you're doing, and we talked a lot at 612 about this whole idea of scoring like conventions and grammar and things like that, because immediately I think, you know, English teachers, that's the first thing they go for when they're looking at a paper. But how do you train people on just what are the basics that as a, you know, as a career tech teacher or a science teacher, I mean, what are the things that I should look for that are just basic, that all writing, no matter what content area, what grade level the student is, what should be in that paper? Capital letters, punctuation, and making sure that people are feeling comfortable enough to be able to give that kind of feedback to students. So we're kind of dealing with that. And it's interesting sitting with English people when you're not an English person and going, I don't know what you're talking about, but I understand this. You know, I understand this, so this would be good to put in here because you know, I understand that I'm like your non-English teacher. I'll understand that. I can handle that.
Anything else? Okay. Any old business? Annie.
Just wanted to make a brief comment on parent-teacher conferences and the surveys that you guys did, and that work that you did to get the apps information out. So that, I mean, I was here both nights at least just to witness that, and I would just say that, you know, at different schools it was different reaction or what have you, but just in response to the parent feedback, I know in some of those classes, if we would just, we work a lot, spent money to initiate that, the form is too long. It's 2 pages, break it down and hand it to people. I mean, it was left outside in a lot of the schools, left outside the door. Do we want to hear their feedback? There was not a place to put the feedback. So like if you want to turn it in, you go to somebody and hand it to them, maybe feel intimidated, I don't know, but they were outside of the classrooms on a desk. So, I mean, if we're going to put our effort into it, let's act like we really want the feedback.
Actually, it's going to be a point of conversation tomorrow again at the principals meeting, because I did receive some feedback from principals concerning the whole app thing, and the survey. And so it's just something that we need to talk about because just what she said, without going into detail, we need to address it.
Well, I would say, and I'm going to speak up about it because I'm the one that initiated and brought it to John's attention and concerning the app. If board members don't have the Skyward app, it is available and working very well.
Good.
In my opinion. I've had it almost 2 months, and it's a great tool to have. I actually went to all of the schools the second night of parent-teacher conferences except for Crete, and asked parents, asked the people that were manning the tables, just wanting to get feedback about the app. What were parents saying? Were they receptive? And majority parents were very receptive. They were excited about the app. Some downloaded it right then and there. I did hear that some of the buildings didn't have Wi-Fi, so some parents were a little upset about that, so they couldn't download it back right then. But each table had a sign-up sheet. If you wanted further information about the app, parents were allowed to sign up for that. And again, I'm hoping, like Ms. Sanders said, if we're taking information, I hope we're getting back to parents if they're saying they would like more information. But overall, I feel like it was very successful. In regards to the surveys, I didn't see any thrown around, but I wasn't directly looking for that. I came in looking for what was going on with the apps. But I did have a question concerning the apps. There were raffles done, I guess?
Yes.
For people that signed up for it?
I think, well, I don't know if it was sign up. It was just if you came to the table even to get information, you could put your name on a card for a drawing. And I don't know how the drawing was done, or was it done at district office and then we would notify the winners. But it was just an incentive to bring people to the table that there was something free for you in terms of information, as well as to thank you for the effort to put your name in a raffle drawing. I can ask Melissa as far as how the drawing took place and who was the winner. I know there were some gift cards that were bought, so I don't know. I didn't follow up in terms of how it ended, but I do know, yes, there was a raffle drawing and some cards you could fill out.
I would like to be notified of that.
Sure.
All the endings.
Yes.
What's the ending with the sign-ups, the people that signed up for more information? Who's contacting them? Is there going to be a workshop? Who got the prizes? Were they even drawn yet? You know, because people are doing things in anticipation, and we need to make sure that we're following through.
Yeah, I can give you the answers. And I know there was follow-through. It's just I don't have the answer for you. And as far as the what will happen if you sign up, it'll be the same as last year. I can verify this for a fact. Last year when we had the same sign-up opportunity for parents, every single one of those parents were followed up by a phone call, and actually called several times to try to get people to attend trainings. We offer trainings on-site. We offer trainings through webinars. We offered things in the daytime. We offered things in the evening. We offered help over the phone, and we still didn't have a lot of people, even though they said they were to come to things, or even things at home where all they had to do is log in. We just didn't have as many parents follow through once they put their name down. We definitely followed through, and we got the documentation because I wanted to make sure that the person who was doing the follow-up actually kept a log on all of the contacts, all the people they talked to, and so on, and all of the follow-up efforts that were made. So that, I'm definitely assured that we're going to do the exact same thing, because one thing that I want to prove is that we're doing our job, and we need people to step up and respond. So we will be more than happy to give you the report on that one.
Did they keep track of how many people actually downloaded it there?
No, because that wasn't an issue that we tried to track. It was more of making sure, just that the information was there. I didn't ask them to track how many people actually either downloaded it right there or had it downloaded prior to coming. I can try to get an assessment as to what they thought in terms of how many people actually showed up to the tables and give you probably an estimate. But I
saw that because I guess you're right. They gave everybody that showed up a ticket, and I saw the bags and how many tickets, were.
Right.
I didn't count them, but I visually saw them.
Yeah, and I think they could probably give us an estimate. Again, I don't know if they kept a tally of that themselves, but we can get back with you on that.
John, in regards to the job you guys are doing, certainly I would concur that we're moving in a progressive direction. I would probably say, even with the apps and different things that I saw at parent-teacher conferences, sometimes it's situation, and it is that you can execute something from the top. And I would just encourage, as I'm hopeful that you guys are, is hearing this feedback, because it's isolated. And like I think I was at that table because some of the girls were a little concerned about how they were to execute. And I said to them, this is something that you have to have the right personalities even at certain tables. So I mean, and the right position for something like that. Those guys were, hidden off over in the corner. And so if it's something new, anytime we have something new, it's just a marketing strategy because we've paid. And so with what we've invested, hopefully we can get back. So it's, a lot of times it's, you've done what you could to put the information out there, but I don't know if oftentimes you, like you're saying, the follow-up or the behind the scenes, did you get to actually witness it? And if you can and or hearing this information, take it back and just kind of hope that we can execute differently, not necessarily better, but differently.
Yeah, that's a long talk that we need to have, because we actually did bring people in for I won't say a slight. We trained them on what to do and how to do it. But I will say what it boils down to is when you only have certain people even available, which aren't sometimes your teachers and administrators. I deal with vendors all the time, and I see very excited people about their product. They're very well dressed. They will not sit at a table. They'll stand up. They'll actually pass things out. They'll actually wave people to come to the table. Right. And so on, and it takes a special person. So I think what we may have to consider in the future, maybe try parents even, parents who actually have used it and are excited enough to reach out to other parents and say, hey, come over here because you need to see this. So I do agree. I didn't go to every school like Nakia did, but I did go to a couple, and the only thing I can say is the tables looked lovely, and I think people did come by just by attraction. But as far as did I see a lot of come over here and check this out, I didn't witness that. So that could be something we can improve upon.
Anything else?
One announcement: tomorrow we are having a registration debrief meeting. It's our final debrief. We've debriefed with the workers, we've debriefed with administrators, we've debriefed with department heads, and we're going to debrief with parents tomorrow night. It will be here at 6:30 in the library from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. I will be there. Dr. George Elrod will facilitate the meeting. We'll have a few other staff members there, and if any of the board members would like to attend or drop in, you don't have to do anything. You can just be there to listen to hear the input that our parents will give us, because I'm certainly sure they're going to give us an earful. But we'll be there to take it all and to make constructive action plans out of it.
Okay, is that it? All right. I have one thing I'd like to say. It's the end of Veterans Day's weekend.
Yes.
Years ago, George Orwell wrote, "We sleep well in our beds at night because rough men stand ready to go into the night and visit violence upon those who would do us harm." It's been many years since then, but unfortunately the world has not changed. So if you see any active servicemen, please walk up to them, servicemen and women, walk up to them, shake their hands, and thank them for what they give for us. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Is that how you say it?
You have to say adjourn.
Thank you. Adjourn.
Is it legal? Not is it new?
Second.
Again. Okay.